Can you imagine a world without boundaries? Congratulations, Speaker B, to be clear, Jalon Murchison, who gave a magical presentation from Illinois. Congratulations on the 2020 winner of Optimist International World Oratorical Competition. Would you like to say a few words, Jalon?
Yeah, oh my gosh. This is very unusual, but I do not have the right words to say. I'm just so excited. I'm just so grateful for everyone who has helped me get to this point. Like I said earlier, my friends, especially my best friend, my family, my mom and my dad, my grandma, everybody, my coaches, I'm just so thankful to them. This is not just a win for me, this is a win for them as well. But to me, this is also a win for people all over who love speaking, who their passion is to speak. Never give up on it. Keep speaking out your mind, because I promise you, someone will listen. I know there's a while back where I felt like no one would listen to what I said. I felt like I didn't have the words to prepare a speech. But I thank God, and I thank everyone who supported me to be able to craft such arguments and to be able to craft such speeches, to be able to eloquently put down what I want to say and what I'm thinking. So thank you guys so much. I thank you so much to the Optimist Club International. Thank you so much. I'm overjoyed. Thank you.
Thank you, Jalon. You want to share what your career goals are or university plans?
Yes, as I said before, I'm an upcoming freshman at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, and I plan to study in the fields of acting and communications.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful.
Good afternoon. My name is Anne-Richie Doyle. I'm honored to address you on behalf of my president, Jean-Claude Saint-Onge, and my colleagues at the Canadian Children's Optimist Foundation. What a privilege it is to participate in the 2021 edition of Optimist International World Oratorical Championship. Congratulations to all the youth who participated in our oratorical competition this year. Optimists around the world are proud to offer you this opportunity to express yourself on this year's theme while giving you this developmental opportunity. Both foundations and their volunteers have worked tirelessly to provide you with scholarships at the district, regional, and world championships. Investing in our youth today is and will always be of great importance to us. I must admit that I am totally relieved that I'm not acting as member of the jury today, as I know the choice will not be easy. I congratulate all of you and wish you the best in this championship.
A signature project of Optimist International is the Oratorical World Championship. Each year, it is exhilarating to listen to talented youth from around the world deliver their presentations. This year will be no exception, as the contestants will present on the topic, Healing the World with Optimism. My name is Jan Ord-Graves, and I'm serving as the president of the Optimist International Foundation. The staff and board of our foundation are proud to partner with Optimist International to provide the funding for the scholarships for this incredible program. The Optimist International Foundation provides the scholarship for the winning district and regional contestants in the United States, the Caribbean, and the world region. While the Canadian Children's Optimist Foundation funds the scholarship winners in Canada. Every year, thousands of youth compete at their local club level. The winners moving on to compete in one of our 57 Optimist International District competition. The foundations provide funding for the top 3 winners of all of the district competition. The first place district winners move on to compete in the World Championship. These World Championship contestants will compete in one of 8 regions. The regional winners receive a $5,000 scholarship. These 8 regional champions will compete in the final Optimist International Oratorical World Contest. The top 3 will be awarded additional scholarship funds of $15,000 for first, $10,000 for second, and $5,000 for third. Again, the scholarship funds are provided by our foundations. Many of our Optimist members consider the Oratorical World Championship a favorite project. They are incredibly inspired listening to these talented youth of our communities across the world. You can be inspired too. Join us on July 22 and 23 through live stream on YouTube for our virtual Oratorical World Championship.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the 6th Annual Optimist World Championship Oratorical Contest. We are ready for round 3, and this is the Mid-Atlantic region. So I would at this time welcome speaker A to unmute and make sure we can hear you. So let's do a mic check real quickly.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can. So speaker A, we're ready whenever you are.
Healing the world with optimism. When I hear this statement, I think of Michael Jackson's famous song, Heal the World. There's a place in your heart, and I know, and it is love. And this place could be much brighter than tomorrow. These lyrics mean so much to me because during these pressing times, it's hard to envision a place brighter than tomorrow, especially if that light at the end of the tunnel seems miles away. Last year, in a blink of an eye, our lives changed drastically. Job instability, health challenges, all came crashing down on us at once. We were stuck behind screens, unable to see our loved ones. Zoom school, virtual meetings. It gets tiring, repetitive, and discouraging. So how can we heal the world with optimism if we can't seem to find optimism within ourselves? Well, I have a story which might help us get a little bit closer to that answer. About 2 years ago, I had a teacher assign my class the challenge of building a tower. Now, at first, my group thought, yes, this would be easy. But of course, there was a catch, like all teachers have. She proceeded to say that we have to build this tower out of none other than the delicate staple found in everybody's pantry, spaghetti noodles. Spaghetti noodles? Now my group was perplexed. How could we build this tall, functioning tower out of something which could just snap at any moment? So after some brainstorming and a graveyard of pasta, we eventually came to a solution. We'd have to use multiple spaghetti noodles to create a strong foundation for a tall and functioning tower. And I believe we can use the same format to heal our world with optimism. If we all come together to have a positive mindset, we can create a strong enough foundation to heal our world. Because just think about it. If only one person tried to heal the world with optimism, they'd find themselves snapping under pressure, just like the spaghetti. We can heal our world with optimism by doing small acts of kindness or by helping out in our community. I know when I'm having a rough day, maybe it's a compliment from a stranger at the grocery store, or the cashier asking, "How are you feeling today?" Or just starting a pleasant conversation with someone you just met. These all make a difference. We are resilient. The world has come together within this past year to build each other up. According to the US Department of State, the United States has allocated more than $1.5 billion towards emergency health and humanitarian assistance in more than 120 different countries. Singapore alone has donated over 8,000 ventilators and 200 oxygen concentrators to help India finally breathe again, considering their mass oxygen shortage. Now, you don't have to be a country with billions of dollars to spend to make a difference, because change starts at home. Just like Destiny Macklin, a Baltimore, Maryland native, was able to make a difference in her community by using her optimism. In 2018, Destiny Macklin was on a routine traffic stop when unfortunately she got into an accident with a truck. This left her off of duty and in debilitating pain. But instead of just sitting there and feeling sorry for herself, she took up sewing to get her mind off of the pain. After months of mastering her craft, she was even ready to launch a fashion line. And then the pandemic hit. When the pandemic hit, she had to put her fashion dreams on hold because there was a bigger issue at hand. There was a nationwide mask shortage. So she decided to use her sewing skills to make masks for first responders and those who needed them, instead of following her dreams. If that's not healing the world with optimism, I don't know what is. This just comes to show that everybody and anybody can make a difference if they have the right amount of optimism. So go out there and help out at your local soup kitchen or give someone a compliment, because we're all trying to contribute towards a brighter tomorrow. Now, as we approach that light at the end of the tunnel, we must not forget the steps it took for us to get where we are today. So we must continue to march forward in the path of adversity with unwavering optimism. Because as the late Alex Trebek, host of Jeopardy, once said, we are trying to build a gentler, kinder society. And if we all pitch in just a little bit, we're going to get there. Thank you.
Hello, bonjour. I'm Sachin Bourré, the 2020-2021 Junior Optimist International President, under the theme Shooting for the Stars of Optimism. Optimist International sponsors 3 main annual scholarships contests for students to earn scholarships to pursue opportunities in higher education: the Communication Contest for Deaf and Hard of Hearing, the Essay Contest, and the Oratorical Contest. There are also other programs such as the Junior Optimist Golf Annual Tournament. Many contests and competitions can also be found at all levels of the organization, such as the Drawing Photography and the new Musical of Happiness competition, to name a few. Similar to Optimist International, Junior Optimist International, JOI, JOY, offers multiple ways that members can win grants and awards through scholarship programs and activities. Each year, there are 2 amazing international scholarships awards of a value of $2,000 each that are available for JOY youth members. The Ruby Blair Award is named after a former staff member of Optimist International who spent a huge amount of time and effort to help organize the international administration of Junior Optimist International, as it is managed today. Ruby Blair's efforts gave club members their own newsletter, which is called The Torch, the awards, training materials, and the annual international convention that has been held in many different locations throughout Canada and the United States. This award is considered a great honor and the most prestigious that a JOY member can receive, and is given to the member that has dedicated their time and effort and many hours to the JOY organization. The Member of Excellence Award is presented to one Junior Optimist member who shows dedication in the field of club development and community service. This award represents the true philanthropic spirit and is also considered a great honor to be received by a JOY member. Every year at the club, zone, district, and regional, as well as the international level, there are many opportunities for youth to participate in many contest activities and have the possibility to receive recognition awards, as well as to gain significant training and experience by holding executive positions at all levels of the organization, all while making connections with other youth in their communities and having fun. There are so many ways to be a part of this great organization. Visit our website as junioroptimist.org for more information and to start your journey as a junior optimist. Thank you.
Welcome back. We are waiting to bring Speaker B in. Should be ready in just a minute.
Diana, this has really been an exciting contest, hasn't it?
It has been. For those of you who haven't watched all morning, we had 12 contestants and they were excellent. I am glad I wasn't judging. And I think we're probably in store for another good round. We have 6 total contestants in this region also. And we are checking to see, we're moving people from breakout rooms into the main room. So we should have Speaker B any minute. Here we go. Speaker B, welcome. If you could unmute and also turn on your camera.
Hello.
Hello, and we can hear you just fine. So I am going to introduce you formally. We are now ready for Speaker B. And Speaker B, you can begin when you're ready.
Okay. Can you guys all hear me? Okay. Greetings. I will be speaking on healing the world with optimism. Optimism is being positive or hopeful for a great outcome of something, like smiling at some total stranger, hoping they smile back, or speaking to someone, hoping they speak back. Being positive is a choice, just like being negative is a choice. I choose to be positive. I choose to have a great attitude. My choices determine my destiny. When I think of the word healing, I think of recovering from some type of problem or trauma of something. There's so many benefits to remaining positive. I define an optimistic view on math. Why are we adding numbers and letters? And how was this even considered math? What happened to the basic stuff? Like 5 plus 5. How do I get this side to equal this side? Then I suddenly start to remember learning about Katherine Johnson. She was a mathematician whose calculations helped the first shoot us through spaceflight. This optimistically showed me that math does have a purpose. One of the hardest times for me was being a new girl at a new school in a new state. I had no friends. No one would talk to me or even acknowledge me. So I healed through this by keeping a smile on my face, making friends with the quiet kids, and being polite. Eventually, my luck changed. I began to make more friends. I feel this was a result from remaining positive. I had to remain optimistic with the many events that took place last year. I will never forget March 13th. The day my life changed. The day the country pretty much shut down. My freedom, my social life, my right to ask my teacher a question face to face was taken from me. What about that sleepover I had planned with my 2 best friends? My mom promised us all the pizza and ice cream we wanted. Life as I knew suddenly changed. I chose to heal through the pandemic by being positive. No, I couldn't see my friends or classmates in person, but I heard of this magical thing on the computer called Zoom. Zoom is my saving grace. I had to heal through the trauma of not being able to go out and about. After all, I am a social butterfly. I was grateful and encouraged others to be grateful for having Zoom. My loved ones may not have been with me physically, but thanks to Zoom, we were a meeting away. Being optimistic, even through the toughest times, can be so rewarding. This country as a whole still does have a lot of healing to do. But if we keep our eyes on the positive and remember someday this will all be behind us, we shall overcome. As Amanda Gorman recently said, there is always light if only we are brave enough to see it, if only we are brave enough to be it. Thank you for allowing me to tap into your thought process on how to heal the world with optimism. If I can optimistically heal through math, move to a new state with no friends, and heal through these times without socializing and going out and about, you can heal through any situation too. And keep a smile so bright on your face that you make even the sun confused. Have an optimistic day.
I'm going to do is introduce you and then ask back. We are ready for Speaker C. Speaker C, do you want to test your mic real quickly?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. So you can start whenever you want.
Healing the world with optimism. Seems like an ambitious task, doesn't it? Healing the world with anything sounds nearly impossible, but it doesn't have to be as complicated as some may think. To me, optimism is the motivation to make a meaningful difference in the world. It's performing selfless acts to better the lives of others. Without this motivation, no one would help anyone because, in their minds, it would never be enough to make a noticeable change. My grandma used to tell me a story about a little boy who went to the beach and there on the sand were thousands of struggling starfish. Starfish as far as the eye could see. This little boy, seeing that they were in danger, immediately started picking them up one by one and throwing them back into the ocean to safety. His friend turned to him and scoffed. "There are thousands of starfish here, and there's no way that you can save them all. This isn't going to make a difference." The little boy picked up another starfish and tossed it into the sea. "It made a difference to that one," he replied. This analogy, on a larger scale, is how the world can be healed with optimism. Now, you don't have to go out and save other people's lives every day, but you can brighten them. Meals on Wheels, a national organization with a mission to help alleviate senior hunger and isolation, had about 180 members in a local chapter before the pandemic started. Because a lot of them were older and therefore more susceptible to the coronavirus, 55 volunteers stepped down in the past year. This would have left a lot of seniors hungry if it weren't for the 45 young locals who stepped up to take their places. One of these people is Nate Brines. Nate, a 21-year-old biology major at the College of New Jersey, said, "I was just trying to find something, anything I could do to help." This is his way of making a difference. This is his starfish. Jaden Perez's starfish manifested in another way. Jaden is an 11-year-old boy who just wanted to help out. He became concerned that a lot of kids didn't have access to hand sanitizer as they were selling out everywhere. So, he and his mom bought and donated 1,000 bottles of hand sanitizer to his local school district and 150 to the police station, fire department, and public library. You're never too young, never too unimportant, never too small to make a difference. Mahatma Gandhi once said, "The best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others." This means that the only way to truly know who you really are and what you are capable of is to see how much you can do for others. You are as much as you do for the world. Philanthropists like Mark Cuban and Kevin Love donate hundreds of thousands of dollars to disadvantaged workers to lessen their burden. But you don't have to be the owner of the Dallas Mavericks or an NBA superstar to make a meaningful difference. You just have to find your starfish. So, what's the point? Who cares? These people did good things. Good for them. Why am I telling you? Well, this should be your proof and your motivation. Proof that seemingly ordinary people can do extraordinary things, and motivation for you to do the same. Now, this can be anything from volunteering for an organization that helps out people who are in need to tipping someone a little extra when it looks like they're having a hard day. Even just texting a friend to say that you're thinking about them is a meaningful act of kindness. Together, we can change the world one act at a time. We all have the power to make a difference, to lessen the burden of others. Now, this doesn't mean that everyone is automatically going to be happy. Not all the time, and maybe not even for a long time. But healing doesn't mean forever. It just means getting better now. So, I'll leave you with this. What's your starfish? Thank you.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank my family, obviously, my number one support before anything, whether it be competitions or me needing to clean my room. So I want to thank them, and not just them, but the people who have helped me get to this point, especially the people who I compete with and my coaches at school, my English teachers. I would have never even known about this competition hadn't it been for my own English teacher, Mr. John Lodell. Just so excited for this opportunity. I'm so excited for the chance to be able to speak about something that I care about. I just think it's really important for us, especially people around my age, to be able to have that ability. Oration is really magical in that sense where we get the chance to talk about things that are important to us. We, especially as teenagers and this time, we really don't feel comfortable doing that, whether it be with our friends or especially with our parents. But I think this gives us the unique opportunity to be able to talk about those issues. Even though we're under a topic constraint in this competition, in general, it's allowing us to have the ability to think, to be inspired by the topic, and to be able to create our own material from it. So I think this is a great competition to be a part of. I'm so thankful to be able to have won this competition in its entirety. I'm just really grateful because, you know, I think about how I would have never thought that anyone would be inspired or moved by the words that I said. But in this moment, I realize that words have power, that your ability to speak has power, and that you should never give up on that ability if you have any interest in it at all. I'm thankful to the International Optimist Club organization, and I'm glad that I was able to have this experience. My name is Jalen Mutchison, and I am the 2020 Optimist International Oratorical World Champion.
Hey, Speaker D, if you can unmute yourself and open up your camera. Welcome back, everyone. We're about ready for Speaker D. Okay. Speaker D, if you could do a mic check.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. So Speaker D, you can begin whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. When I first heard of healing the world with optimism, I couldn't help but think of a family friend who was diagnosed with stage 4 breast cancer. They say the most important thing a cancer patient can have is a solid support system, but she didn't have one. She became a widow just 6 months prior to her diagnosis with no children or family. She had to attend chemotherapy by herself while working a full-time job and paying the bills, all alone. Remarkably, she never felt the same level of pain a normal cancer patient would have. Her doctors marveled at how she was able to keep on standing, going about her everyday life energetically. Her optimism is what desensitized her to the pain and loneliness of having to battle cancer on her own, allowing her to live well beyond the 9 months she was given. While she battled cancer, the entire world was sentenced to months in quarantine. Our lives of freedom and adventure came to a halting stop. And many lost faith in this idea that things will get better. In situations like this, we forget that it always rains before the rainbow comes. We start to lose touch with our innate optimism, the quality that has progressed humanity thus far. This past year, that optimism shone the brightest through our frontline workers, the doctors, the nurses, and the essential workers who spent months isolated from their families, diving headfirst into uncertainty and without proper protection, all because they hoped we would overcome this horrific disease. And it is with that same unsurmountable optimism, the key to innovation, that our scientists work day and night to create a vaccine in months instead of years. Even in the midst of chaos, research for the COVID-19 vaccine has propelled us to make massive strides in vaccinology through the use of mRNA technology, a breakthrough that now holds the key to curing a myriad of diseases, including cancer. It is that optimism, the key to equality, that empowered our teachers to swiftly act and create a new normal for the children of the future, recognizing disparities that have existed for generations, and finally shining the spotlight on the equitable distribution of resources for students. Optimism is the very essence of human nature. Throughout history, we have striven to fix the prevalent injustices, knowing full well that our solutions may never come to fruition. Susan B. Anthony spearheaded the women's suffrage movement, yet women were only granted the right to vote 13 years after her death. She never got to see the effects of her efforts, but through her unwavering hope, she was able to fix a broken system. Beyond social reform, optimism can have an immense effect on our health. According to Harvard's medical school, optimism helps patients recover from surgery faster and to live longer. Yes, it is that optimism that allowed my family friend to live longer, to survive, until last October when she passed away. I thought her rainbow had forever disappeared from my life, but I was wrong. I overcame my grief by recognizing that her optimism extended far beyond her life, that during her limited time, she visited and counseled other cancer patients who had lost the will to live, reminding them of how bountiful this gift of life is. She helped them heal, allowing them to finally move on. She may be gone, but her optimism continues in each person she saved. That is her legacy. Optimism can spur a domino effect. Without it, our world would be lost to the headlines of malice and corruption. It is the only force powerful enough to pull together and salvage the sides of separation. And with it, we can find peace. We can find healing. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker D.
Optimist International presents Musical Happiness. Music makes people happy. This exciting new program is designed to encourage and celebrate youth, musical, and vocal categories. There will be awards for first, second, and third place of each category.
In your community, optimism for you and me, it will make you. It will make you. Optimism will make you. It will make you high. Everybody sing it.
Hi, my name is Jonah Castle, and I'm going to be playing Dubina by Franz Schubert.
Cloudy days have got me through. I'm running with nowhere to go. I could give into the clouds, have a gloomy.
changes to our climate. You see, when I saw this prompt, I immediately thought about it literally. I want to discuss actually healing the planet itself by addressing the issues facing Earth as it continues to get quote unquote sicker. Firstly, though, it is important that we recognize that being optimistic does not mean that you are naive, but that you recognize that there are problems in the world and believe that they can be fixed. However, there are many, including those in significant positions of power, who are not even recognizing that there is a problem to fix in regards to climate change. When in reality, according to Ecotricity, Great Britain's greenest company, our oceans are dying as half the world's coral reefs have been seriously damaged in the last 30 years. More than 1 million of our species now face extinction. And perhaps scariest of all, at a United Nations meeting, quote, General Assembly President Maria Fernanda Espinosa Garcés warned the gathering in her opening remarks that 11 years, 9 years as of 2021 are all that remain to avert catastrophe, end quote. Showing that the damage caused by climate change could be irreversible by the year 2030. But of course, what does all this have to do with optimism? Well, the fact that we're in the most crucial time for addressing climate change, as we get closer and closer to never being able to reverse the damage caused by humanity's time on Earth, means that we must believe that we can do what is necessary and look forward to a more positive and optimistic future where our environment is no longer in such danger. 2030 is looming over us, so now is the time to put behind our naivete that things will get better on their own. Because as I said, that is not true optimism. True optimism is about taking it upon ourselves and pushing major corporations and large political powers to realize that this is something that we can fix and that we must fix. True optimism is about taking initiative when we see things that we want to change. And the climate crisis is arguably the most important issue in need of said change that we face today. I mean, how easy would it be for us to either put it off as something that'll get better on its own, as I've mentioned before, or to drown under the weight of such a large-scale issue? That is when the optimism of citizens like you and me, and those that are going to be the leaders in healing our planet, is crucial so that policies can be made and change can occur. Let's take a minute and think about all the times when revolutionary activists fought for their cause because they were able to see past their dark times in the present towards a brighter future. Some of the most important moments in history, like the gaining of independence for oppressed countries, the fight for civil rights, and the women's suffrage movement, all show the optimism that influential people had for our world. Once again, they didn't just recognize the problems that run deep in society, but they acted on them, and change was made. This same optimistic state of mind has begun to be taken upon by such important organizations as Global Optimism and the Nature Conservancy, who have dedicated significant portions of their organizations to promoting the addressing of climate change and promoting the passage of such monumental legislation like the Paris Agreement. In fact, the mission of Global Optimism is to, quote, inspire and catalyze stubborn optimists around the world to rise to the next level of their abilities because it is necessary to do so, and because together we can, end quote. This kind of optimism is what the global population needs right now. It is what all of Earth's species need right now. And most importantly, it is what our kids and our grandkids and all those that come after us deserve. As brilliantly put by a Native American proverb, quote, we do not inherit the world from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children, end quote. The opportunity is truly here and now to make things better for our descendants and leave the planet far better than we ever found it, so as to put us on a path of reversing this damage and healing our world. We need only be optimistic enough to do so. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Patsy Garner and I'm from Fort Worth, Texas. I am the President Designate of Optimist International. I would like to congratulate each and every one of our contestants today as you have stair-stepped your way through the many levels of competition to lead you to this stage of the 2021 Optimist World Oratorical Championships. It takes hard work, it takes bravery, it takes a little bit of courage to tackle this year's topic, healing the world with optimism. Your teachers, your parents, your supporters around our Optimist globe are extremely proud of each and every one of you, and we wish you all the best of luck in the championships.
We are now ready for our sixth and last contestant in the Mid-Atlantic region. So I welcome Speaker F. Speaker F, if you can do a quick mic check.
Can you hear me?
We can, so you can start whenever you're ready.
Healing the world with optimism. Code blue, code blue, code blue on the blue planet. Nurse, what are the symptoms? Oh, doctor, it isn't looking good. Over here, we've got an area of major political unrest. And here, we've got an area of extreme poverty and drought. And all over the planet seems to be running hot and cold as climate change is affecting its well-being. It's an emergency situation. Code blue. Our world, the blue planet, brimming with life in a unique place in our solar system, but in desperate need of a healing hand. The situation is looking grim, but is it a terminal diagnosis? What treatments will heal our world? What interventions will bring about meaningful change? In the ER, the doctors and nurses work together to help the patient. Like a finely tuned machine, you've got one maintaining the airway, another administering an IV and medication, and a third inspecting the body for injuries. They follow a set protocol and handle one problem at a time, ensuring the best patient outcome. ER doctors go into work each day to help heal people. They approach every patient with the hope of a good outcome. They remain optimistic that they're making a difference, patient by patient, day by day. Even when the injuries seem overwhelming and severe, the doctor maintains a calm demeanor and takes it moment by moment.
After the year that we've had, it seems our world is in critical condition. From climate change to political controversy to the economic impacts of a global pandemic, it would be easy to let fear take control. But just like the doctor maintains their calm and systematically deals with one complication after another, we must take this seemingly endless and overwhelming series of problems one step at a time. Can optimism heal our world? It's optimism that keeps the climate scientists seeking out an alternative energy that's renewable and safe for our planet. It's optimism that motivates investors to fund new technologies like electric cars, solar farms, and other clean energies. These professionals are optimistic that even small changes can perhaps have a big impact on the world and make it a better place for the generations to come. Optimism. It's the teacher who gets up out of bed every day and goes into a classroom to help young minds learn. Despite barriers in their way, funding woes, poverty, virtual learning challenges, and internet failures, teachers, like my mom, remain hopeful that they're making a difference. They remain optimistic that they might somehow shape the next Rosa Parks, Neil Armstrong, or Albert Einstein. Optimism. It's what spurred more Americans than ever to head to the polls and to vote for the future they wanted for their nation and their families, believing that our leaders can and will enact the changes that are important to us, and hoping their campaign promises weren't empty, but the start of something new and better. Will optimism heal our world? Well, I, for one, don't think it's time to call in hospice and arrange for palliative care. We need to have hope in the healing. Get up and fight for each day. We need to know that every change is for the better. From picking up a piece of litter on the street to marching for climate change and cooperation on the global level. Optimism from each person will lead to a better world than the one we had yesterday. Optimism that inspires action is the first step towards healing our blue planet. When we all work together to put our planet on the life support it needs, it will continue supporting life for generations to come. Thank you.
All right. Well, that concludes our third round, the Mid-Atlantic region. We couldn't do this contest without judges. And I would like to just give a shout out to the three judges who we had for this round. Judge number one is Fred Miller. If you want to wave at everybody, Fred. Okay, thank you. Judge number two is Dan Kozlowski. Dan, if you want to give out a wave. There we go. And judge number three is Adam Bagwell. Adam? All right. Thank you very much to the three of you. We're going to take them into a breakout room now and have a break for the rest of you, and they're going to tabulate. So thanks again to the judges. Thanks to all of you for watching.
When you are not sure where you're going to be sleeping that night, or if you were going to eat dinner, algebra takes a back seat. My Optimist journey began long before I was a member. My life has been forever changed by the Optimist organization, and it all started when I was in high school. I spent my teenage years in group homes, shelters, and foster homes outside the District of Columbia. There were many nights before I went into the system that I slept outside. I remember a favorite playground at a local elementary school. There was an enclosure underneath the kids' playground bridge. It was dry and it blocked the wind on a cold night. And most importantly, no one could see me. It was private. Once I was in the foster care system, I was at the mercy of that system. It's not really what you see on television. At least that wasn't my experience. I spent more time in group homes than I did in actual foster homes. I was shuffled from group homes in Rockville to Bethesda, back to Rockville. And these places were designed to be temporary. Many had rules about kids staying more than 30 days or 90 days. So I shuffled back and forth depending on how many days I needed to be there. These group homes had anywhere between 6 and 20 kids, boys and girls, mostly surely teenagers. We had chores and schedules and teenage drama, but our basic needs for food and shelter were met. There were behavior systems. One home took my shoes when I first got there. I had to behave and follow the rules for a week to earn the privilege of shoes, and then I was on level 1. At level 5, I had more privileges and freedom, use of a phone for 10 minutes a day, or the rights to walk into town. Sometimes I went to school in the shelter, sometimes not. One had a school in the basement, which pretty much consisted of me doing worksheets. In Rockville, I was able to take the metro bus to my regular school. I was not a particularly good student, mostly because of priority. When you are not sure where you're going to be sleeping that night, or if you were going to eat dinner, algebra takes a back seat. I also admit that there were many times that I took the metro to DC instead of going to class. Sadly, I was not unique. Like many teens in the foster care system, I had a bit of a chip on my shoulder. It was me against the world, and if I needed something, I had to get it myself because no one else was going to be there to help me, or so I believed. Sometime during my sophomore year in high school, I became aware that many of my friends were taking the SATs. I craved normalcy, but I did not live normal. I didn't really know how to go about signing up to take the test or even how to start, so I went to visit the guidance counselor at my school. She was close to retirement and I suppose had a lot of experience. I trusted that she knew what she was doing. It was her job to help me, right? So I went and I sat in her office and I told her I wanted to take this SAT. I can still hear her voice in my head as she told me, "Oh, honey, the SAT is for kids who are going to college." It's still there, that voice in my head. That's not for you. That's for the normal kids, the ones who will do something with their lives. No, that's not for you. I felt crushed and defeated. This person was supposed to believe in me, wasn't she? Maybe she was just being realistic. Maybe she thought she was letting me down easy and preventing me from further hurt. Was I Don Quixote? Was it really an impossible dream for me to go to college? Or was she just plain wrong? So you remember I said I had a bit of a chip on my shoulder and a stubborn streak? Well, a surefire way to get me to do something is to tell me that I can't. The following year, I went to live with my grandparents in Pennsylvania. It took them over a year to go through the process to become foster parents for me and move me out of state. I'm eternally grateful for them and their care and their sacrifice. With some structure, support, my basic needs met, and quite frankly, nowhere else to go, I actually went to school every day. My grades improved drastically. Imagine that. A guidance counselor there helped me to take the SAT and apply for colleges. I was still a ward of the state, and although I had a part-time job, I didn't have the funds for college, and I wasn't sure that anyone really thought that I was capable. I wasn't sure I was. But my guidance counselor encouraged me to apply for some scholarships. I didn't have the grades to qualify for any merit-based scholarships. All those trips on the metro train to DC kind of got me there. But I wrote some essays and I filled out some applications. In the spring of 1992, I received a letter that I had won the local Optimist essay contest. It was not a lot of money. However, it meant so much to me. I went to a meeting, was presented with a plaque and a medallion, and I even had my picture in the paper. These folks didn't know me. They didn't know that I had marginal grades. They didn't know that I had spent weeks sleeping in a park or sneaking into friends' basements when it was too cold or wet to sleep outside. However, they saw something in my essay and they believed in me. I had value. I had a future. The Optimist Essay Scholarship was not the only one that I received, but it had the most impact. That scholarship encouraged me and helped me to believe in myself, even if others did not. I went to college at Westchester University of Pennsylvania. When I graduated cum laude, I sent my transcript to that Maryland guidance counselor. I never got a response, but that's okay because my success is my reward. I've considered myself an optimist ever since those scholarship pursuits. So it was only natural that I became an Optimist member when my husband and I sought to give back to our community. A few years gone by, and I'm just finishing up my year as the governor of the South Carolina Optimist District. I often think about those other kids in the group homes and shelters that I saw over the years. Do they have an Optimist club to encourage and support them? Can I have that same impact on the lives of other children? It motivates me not only to bring out the best in children, but to also lend my talents to strengthen this organization so that we can reach even more children. You are all here because you are optimists who believe in the power of the foundations. Whether it's a small scholarship or a large one, you have an impact. Your efforts inspire and have a lasting impression on the recipients. The foundations make these scholarships possible and empower the clubs to help the children in their communities. The foundations made it possible for me to be here with you today. As optimists, you believed in me. You helped me see that my future was not defined by my circumstances. You helped me turn that stubbornness to my benefit. So thank you. Thank you all for your contributions and the lasting impact you've had on me and the lives of children. Thank you.
Good afternoon. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Dave Bruns, and I'm coming to you live from Kansas City, actually from Olathe, Kansas. And it's my honor this year to be the chair of the Optimist Oratorical Committee. And I'm just so excited about all the great speakers that we've heard this morning and so far this afternoon. As you probably know, so far we've heard speakers from Canada, the United States, and from the beautiful island nation of Barbados. But you know, it takes a lot of work to reimagine a contest like this. Usually we're all gathered together at St. Louis University, just down the street from the Optimist International headquarters. And of course, today we're gathering from around the world on Zoom, on Facebook, and YouTube. And it takes a remarkable team to put a production like this together. And I just want to give a shout out to those people that are making this event possible today. First, from Lawrence, Kansas, Dr. Diana Carlin, who is our tournament director. And then we've got a lot of folks back in St. Louis today working in what I call mission control. Some of you may know it as the Optimist International Board of Directors room, but today it's mission control for the World Championship Optimist Oratorical Contest. And back there at mission control is our director of programs, Amy Keller, her assistant, Josh Castleberry, our broadcast director, who's putting all this together, which is often difficult. We really appreciate her work, and that's Jennifer Bagwell. Behind the scenes, in charge of live streaming, who I call our producer for this live broadcast, is Tom Carver. Of course, there's many others that are working behind the scenes: Benny Ellergy, Craig Boring, Jacques Poulin, Rachel Webb, and many more. And I'd just like to give a shout out to each and every one of those people that are making this contest virtually so successful. Now, it's also great that we were able to have International President Adrian Elcock join us live this morning from Barbados. I'm one of the thousands of people that have been benefited over the years from being a contestant in the Optimist Oratorical Contest. And I just briefly wanted to give you a little bit of my story, and that is 47 years ago, back in 1973, my father and a gentleman by the name of Elmer Jackson, who was my father's an attorney and a friend of his in his Optimist Club, convinced a mischievous 13-year-old to enter an Optimist Club oratorical contest. And I have to tell you, at 13 years old, it wasn't exactly what I wanted to do. I was more interested in sports, just trying to figure out girls, and it wasn't something that I really wanted to do. But I'm so grateful that they saw something in me that year, and they had me enter the contest because it really changed my life. Mr. Jackson, who was the oratorical contest chair of the club, as I said, was an attorney. And after hearing his eloquence and just watching him, I decided to become a lawyer and to study law. And little did I know that here 47 years later, I'd still be involved in Optimist. I would have had the honor to serve as Optimist International President. And in my career, I'd have the opportunity to serve as a judge on the Kansas Court of Appeals. And so I'm so grateful to Optimist International, the Optimist International Foundation, and all those who make this contest possible. I'd like to give you just a little bit of history of the Optimist Oratorical Contest, which is the oldest signature program of Optimist International. Now, as you can see on the screen, it takes a partnership. They say it takes a village to raise a child. Well, it takes a partnership to run an oratorical contest. And the Optimist International Oratorical Contest is a partnership between Optimist International, the Optimist International Foundation, and the Canadian Children's Optimist Foundation. We also have been closely aligned with Junior Optimist International throughout the history of this contest. And as I indicated, this is the oldest signature program in Optimist International, with the first contest being held in 1928 at the Optimist International Convention in Asheville, North Carolina. Now you'll see there on the screen our first winner, who was a 12-year-old by the name of Carl Perpero, and he was from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. He was a member of a junior Optimist club there. And at the time, the winner received a trophy called the Loving Cup. And he was a son of Italian immigrants. His father was in prison, and he credited throughout his life, he passed away a few years ago, the Optimist Oratorical Contest for helping turn his life around. He grew up to be a successful businessman and owned a chain of restaurants in Southern California. As you can also see on the screen, there's been many famous and infamous people like myself in the Optimist Oratorical Contest over there. One of the neat stories is many of you probably have watched Doogie Howser or How I Met Your Mother. Well, Neil Patrick Harris was discovered at an Optimist Oratorical Contest in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And our current Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence, was a participant in the Optimist Oratorical Contest. And there's just been so many people over the years, whether they win a scholarship or not, like me, that have benefited from this contest. Now today, of course, the winners of the district contest, as well as others around the world, move on to the regional championships, which you're watching today, and ultimately compete for the World Championship, which you'll see tomorrow. This contest started in 2016, and it's changed a lot over the years. Originally, the Optimist Oratorical Contest was limited to junior optimists, and it included only boys under the age of 16. In the 1970s, a girls division was added, and the foundations began awarding scholarships. In the 1990s, the age limit was increased to all students in high school or its equivalent around the world. But for many years, we ended the contest at the district level. And in 2016, for the first time, we held the regionals and world championships at St. Louis University. And you'll see there a picture of Cameron Taylor, who was the first world champion. And of course, the reward that's received by everyone now in the contest is a little different than that trophy that was received by the young lad who won in 1928. While he received a trophy, now the world champion receives a $22,500 scholarship. So the Optimist Oratorical contest has come a long way. It's been reimagined this year, and I just want to thank all the participants, the parents, the coaches, the judges, the timekeepers, all the Optimist members, and everyone that's been involved that has reimagined their optimism this year and have made this contest so successful. Thank you all, and good luck to all of our participants.
Why am I an optimist?
Why am I an optimist? Because quite frankly, someone took the time to ask me to join.
Because I can get things done, and I especially like seeing smiling faces on kids and adults.
When anyone asks me specifically why I'm an optimist, I just tell them, I love the Optimist Creed. I live the Optimist Creed. And I really believe I can recite the Optimist Creed blindfolded.
Why am I an optimist? Because I want to change the world.
I want to make a difference in my community.
I love to see the joy of the kids we serve.
It continually allows me to help the youth in my community, whether it's by the OI initiatives, by community activities, or scholarships.
Why am I an optimist? Because I love helping to bring out the best in kids and helping in my community.
Because it's important to me to forget the mistakes of the past and look on the greater achievements of the future.
Because of the excitement and the things that you can bring to youth in your community.
I believe that if you model an optimistic lifestyle, others will be drawn to you. When others are drawn to you, large groups of positive, optimistic people will come together. They will gather and change the world.
Why am I an optimist? Because optimists have generous, giving hearts.
Because when I was a child, I had a severe learning disability. I will always remember when my teachers and adults helped me when people said I would fail. I want to get back to my community and be the mentor that can help a child in need. I want to make a difference in the life of a child.
Why am I an optimist? Because I look at the sunny side of everything.
Because we make a worldwide impact, helping kids year in and year out.
Why am I an optimist? Because I want to make a positive impact in the world around me. That's why I'm an optimist.
Because I want my life to count for something. I wanted to make a difference in the life of a child. I feel like I have something to give.
And why do I do it? This is why I do it. The children and the community. We want to bring out the best in our youth, and we choose optimism.
Why I am an optimist? Because we provide hope and light to a dark and fearful world.
3 key reasons. Number 1, disappointments never lead to discouragement. Number 2, obstacles always become opportunities. And number 3, success is never ending because failure is never final.
I am an optimist because I use my positivity to energize me to work hard, to think big, and to have fun.
As a scout leader, as a youth sports coach,
And as an active member in the PTA, wherever there was a youth activity, there was an Optimist Club. And who wouldn't want to be a part of that?
Je suis optimiste. Pourquoi? Parce que les oiseaux chantent doucement dans les arbres. Why am I an optimist? Because it bugs the hell out of pessimists.
My why is to be a better daughter to my mother, to be a better sister to my siblings, to be a better aunt to their kids, to be a better neighbor, and to help my part of the world be better for our future generations.
I am an optimist to help the kids in my community.
Working with the children, seeing their facial expressions, whether they win, whether they complete the activity, whether they win prizes, draw prizes, or just finish. Their facial expressions give me warm fuzzies. It warms my heart tremendously to serve the community.
Why do I choose optimism? The Optimist Creed gives me guidance to live my daily life and makes me a better person.
I've always been community and youth oriented, whether it's coaching kids or building a new playground. It's always great to see the joy on kids' faces when they win a game or they're just playing on the playground.
Volunteerism has always been in my family. I can remember my mom and dad taking my sister and I and even my brother to different functions where we were volunteering in our neighborhood. So this was just part of me. The next reason I stayed for as long as I have is because I love the work that we do. And our big thing is taking care of children.
Being a member of an Optimist in an Optimist Club provides volunteer opportunities for a diverse group of members within the community to come together, work on projects that positively change the lives of our children and ourselves in doing so. This is my why I am an Optimist member, and these are why I am an Optimist member. You see the smiles on those faces? We put those there as an Optimist Club member. We provide hope, we provide positivity, and we provide optimism.
Did you know that not all heroes wear capes? Optimist International Club's members and volunteers are often the unseen and unknown heroes who give it their all to make a positive difference in the youth and their community. Each year, Optimists celebrate together Optimist Day, which is on the first Thursday of February of each year. They do this by promoting their efforts in their community over social media, in the news, and through local city proclamations. This past year, Optimists opened their doors and invited the world to celebrate this day with them, and Optimist Day became a national day. Members can be seen wearing Optimist attire, shirts, pins, hats, and more. We hope you come and celebrate Optimist Day with us on February 3rd, 2022.
Optimist International is our organization, but Optimist International Foundation provides the support and the funding to help optimists help kids.
Our mission is to seek and receive and manage funds for the benefit of Optimist International and the clubs to carry on the literary, charitable, and educational benefits for the kids.
The foundation supports the major scholarship efforts of Optimist International, totaling up to $10,000 annually per district.
There are really three main scholarship programs the foundation is involved in.
The Oratorical contest dates back to 1928 and is the longest-running program of Optimist International. The foundation provides $5,000 allocated between the three winners at the district level.
Being in Oratorical contest has really inspired me to achieve greatness throughout my life. Optimist International gave me my first platform, my first national platform, and allowed my voice to be heard by many people. And it truly inspired me to believe that the sky is not the limit, it's only the beginning.
In addition, the foundation supports the World Oratorical Championship in a significant way. First, the $5,000 for all regional winners from the United States, Caribbean, and the world is covered by the foundation. Plus, the first, second, and third place winners of the World Oratorical Finals are covered by the foundation for students from the U.S., Caribbean, and the world regions. The foundation supports the essay contest by providing a $2,500 scholarship to each district. The communication contest for the deaf and hard of hearing is supported by the foundation in a similar fashion. A $2,500 scholarship is provided to those districts undertaking that particular contest.
Joy, the Junior Optimist International program, is an integral part of Optimist International. The foundation helps Joy through helping with their legacy fund.
I've learned many things from being a junior optimist, but one thing that I'll definitely take into my future is the fact to always look on the brighter side of everything and really be optimistic for what's next and not doubt those who are helping you around you. These last few years, as being a junior optimist, I've really learned to grow and be confident and not worry that if others are judging me. And that's something that I really think will help me in my future to be confident when I'm in the job and workplace.
Every year, we have a $500 matching grant program that provides grants to 20 or 21 clubs to give them the seed money to begin a new project. And there have been many wonderful projects such as bicycle safety, health and wellness, back to school programs, athletics. One area of grants for clubs is disaster relief. And these grants are meant for communities that are hit with a natural disaster such as a hurricane. We have our childhood cancer grant program, which will now fall under the umbrella of childhood health and wellness.
The Childhood Cancer Campaign has been a signature effort since 2001. Working through Optimist clubs, local childhood cancer organizations and projects have been given much needed help. In 2009, Optimist International began a long-term partnership with Johns Hopkins to provide funding to establish an endowed research fellowship.
We're grateful for our long-term partnership with Optimist International. It's enabled us to train fellows who go out across the world spreading this knowledge, and it's enabled some of the investigators here at Johns Hopkins to do research that's changing the outcome for children with these cancers.
As optimists, I really believe that we need to lead by example in giving to our Optimist International Foundation. It really relies on the generosity of our individual members and our Optimist clubs to be able to build those funds that we then in turn give back to our local communities. So whether it's childhood cancer or other forms of childhood health and wellness areas, all of those rely on the contributions that are made by Optimists and Optimist clubs.
The Foundation and Optimist International, although we're two separate organizations, really are symbiotic. Cooperation is the key. We help OI fund its programs, and the OI members provide us the funds to keep those programs going. It is critical that we get the message out to all members of Optimist International that it's their foundation too, and the money that they donate goes to really good programs, good causes, and ends up helping children all over the Optimist International.
There are many ways to help. However, we can't do it without you. For more information, visit oifoundation.org or call 800-500-8130.
Hello, I'm Nancy Ryan, Vice President of Youth Work with the Optimist Club of Birmingham, Alabama. It's also my honor to serve on the Optimist International Foundation Women's Philanthropy Council. OIF has played a big part in our club's ability to make a significant difference in the lives of youth in our community. Each year, the Foundation's Club Grant Committee reviews and selects 20 clubs that are awarded a $500 matching grant towards a new club project. In 2019, our club was honored to receive one of those grants to help fund our project, Olivia's House Playground Improvements, in partnership with the Optimist Club of Birmingham West End. Fortunately, we were able to receive an additional club grant from the Alabama Civil Justice Foundation to help expand the scope of this project. Olivia's House is a facility for women undergoing substance abuse rehabilitation, whose children, ages newborn to preteen, are allowed to live with them. The playground and outdoor area was in great need of improvements for safety reasons and to make the area more kid-friendly. Members of both clubs, along with other volunteers, joined forces in May of 2019 to begin the project. Together, we cleaned and pressure washed the side of the main building, began making cosmetic changes to the block wall and ramp area, removed silt covering a corner of the parking lot, cleared the swing set area of old playground equipment, and replaced the rotted wooden retaining wall with one made of commercial grade plastic. Constructed a new swing set frame to replace the damaged frame and added 2 new toddler swings, and built a new gazebo to provide much needed shade. Some final touches still need to be made, but the women and children at Olivia's House are already enjoying the new park-like setting. Our club is grateful to OIF for the support given to us and other clubs through the Club Grant Program. Please consider becoming a 365 Club, a Dime a Day, WPC, or President's Club member, or making your most generous contribution each year to support OIF, so that the Foundation can continue to fund all of the Optimist International programs that serve 1.5 million children annually. Thank you for your support.
Championship Oratorical Contest. This is a region from the Southeast. I'm now going to turn this over to my co-director, Sunny Fridge, who will be running this part of the contest. Best wishes to all the contestants.
Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Diana. I would now like to introduce Speaker A. Speaker A.
Healing the world with optimism. Love is better than anger. Hope is better than fear. And optimism is better than despair. So let us be loving, hopeful, and optimistic, and we'll change the world. Jack Layton. But how can we be loving, hopeful, and optimistic during these vexing times? Well, like Nike says, you just do it. But exactly how can we do it? How can we heal the world with optimism? I think we can all agree that 2020 was an extremely unexpected and challenging year. On January 1st at midnight, we all screamed Happy New Year, thinking that it would indeed be a Happy New Year. But things took an unexpected turn. Only 9 days into the new year, and there was already news of a deadly virus spreading from country to country. And as you all know, soon after that announcement, the United States confirmed its first COVID case. After that, it seems as if everything went downhill. I remember leaving school for spring break at the time of the spread. I said goodbye to all of my teachers and friends, ignorant to the fact that that would be my last time seeing them that year. The spring break of 2020 was by far the longest break I've ever had. A break that was only supposed to last 1 week ended up lasting 5 months. Despite the challenges, I finished the year with ease. But that was junior year, when time wasn't a concern. Then came the real challenge, senior year, the year of last. I had always prayed that COVID would just go away right before my senior year and everything would go back to normal. But when the spring break of my junior year continued to extend, I knew that that wasn't going to happen. So I tried my best to move on and prepare for an abnormal school year. But a person can only prepare for so much. I'm not going to lie. At first, I was extremely disappointed with the way that this year was going to play out. I complained and complained to my friends about how miserable this year was going to be and how much we were going to miss out on. And that's when a thought hit me. If COVID has already forcefully taken away so much from me, why would I willingly hand over my joy and optimism? After that, I tried my best to cheer up and be optimistic about this year. But it was a struggle to let go of something that I had looked forward to for so long. The prom dress that I was going to wear, the activities I was going to participate in, and the experience of making it to a new beginning. This was my ideal world. And that's when something incredible happened. I talked to my best friend and she told me, this year will only be as good as you make it. And that's when I was infected. Not with COVID or with the flu, or even with the stomach bug, but with optimism. I was infected with optimism. And that's when my year of last became a year of first. My first virtual pep rally, my first virtual band concert, my first time being on homecoming court, and the list goes on and on. I went from seeing the glass as half empty to now viewing it as half full. I went from having a miserable senior year to making history. Optimism had changed my world, and now it was time to pay it forward. So this brings me back to the question, how can we heal the world with optimism? Well, the answer is simple, by spreading optimism, helping your neighbor see the light in a bad situation, giving your time to volunteer and helping organization promote change, picking up trash off the ground, helping an old lady cross the street. Whatever needs to be done, do it. Don't wait for someone else to do it for you. Be that good Samaritan that the Bible talks about, and keep on doing it until you infect others with your optimism. And before you know it, healing is in the midst by one spark of optimism that spreads like fire. But it starts with you. You have to be the one to light that match of optimism. You have to be the one to make that change. As Mark Nepo once said, when we heal ourselves, we heal the world. Thank you.
Optimist International Foundation partners with Optimist International in many ways to support ongoing programs and services. One of those key programs is the partnership and support of the Oratorical Contest and World Oratorical Championship. The foundation provides funding for the scholarships at the district, regional, and world championship levels. But behind all the facts and figures, behind all the pens and patches, are stories of real children and communities that have benefited.
Ever since I was in kindergarten, I struggled with my speech.
Like Dominique, a competitor from Alhambra, California, in the Pacific Southeast District.
I stuttered or blocked on certain letters, specifically B, D, G, and M. And because my name is Dominique, it would be difficult for me to say my own name wherever I went.
It wasn't until the 6th grade when her teacher introduced her to a speech therapist is when she received formal therapy to help her with being able to give a speech or to say her name.
That was just a very difficult time in my life.
And my entire family are so grateful and are so thankful for this opportunity.
This has boosted my confidence tremendously as a public speaker, as an individual, and as a student.
She has a new level of confidence that she never had prior to participating in this competition.
The biggest supporter in my journey has definitely been my parents, my family, my tiger, and my ox. They've been there. Their love, guidance, and support has definitely helped me throughout this whole journey.
Because of your gracious support, Dominique and many other children are assisted in significant and meaningful ways.
This has definitely changed my life.
Please help the OI Foundation in this great partnership.
I'm still not seeing the view. I'm still not seeing the stream, the live stream.
Yes, you are live.
Well, thank you very much. It's now time for contestant B. Contestant B.
Healing the world with optimism. Accept what is, let go of what was, and have faith in what will be. What Sonia Riccati, a motivational speaker, means is that we have to accept our past and let go of it. Have faith in what can be moving forward, and not let what was dictate what can be. We all have points that make us happy and help us see the good in everyday life. For some people, your points might be your characteristics, role models, or even your dreams. My ultimate source of optimism is my Aunt Jessie, because she shows me how to heal even when situations are challenging. Even when she feels she may not be able to conquer her hurt, she perseveres. She shows me how to find my self-worth when I feel worthless, and how my optimism can help me through any hardships that I or our society might face. Self-worth is confidence in one's own worth or abilities. Self-worth is something that society greatly lacks. Instead of being ourselves, we tend to try to be something that we are not. We try so hard to fit society's expectations that it causes us to doubt ourselves. We doubt our appearance. We doubt what others see in us. Our society thinks self-worth is found in a like on social media or in a comment that tells us how good we are. If we try to find self-worth in these superficial things, we find the cause of increased depression and anxiety, something our society struggles with greatly. We think that if one person does not like us, we are worthless. But this belief is false. We often turn to social media to feel accepted by our society. But if society cannot accept us for who we are, that is the fault of society, and we should not let it define us. Likes on social media are not the only thing that causes a loss of self-worth. I have experience. And another thing that can cause a loss of self-worth is divorced parents. I struggled with losing my self-worth, but optimism helped me heal from it. I thought I was the reason I didn't have a family in one house, that I had failed in some way. I thought I had to be the perfect daughter and sister, maintain the highest school grades, and be the best version of myself all at once. I had to overcome this loss of self-worth by being optimistic, because if I wasn't optimistic, then I would live in a world of negativity and nothing would ever change. This was all hard to overcome, but seeing things through a lens of optimism helped to eliminate the pressure I put on myself. Finding optimism isn't as easy as it might seem. You have to come to peace with your past and find out who you are before optimism becomes easy to find. We shouldn't feel like we have to overcome finding our worth alone. We can find people in our own lives who help us find our worth and help put the lens of optimism on our own lives. For me, the person who helped put the lens of optimism on my life is my Aunt Jessie. She helped me on the right path and showed me that if I try to find the good in things, it will help me to an optimistic outcome. An optimistic outcome may look like a simple gratitude journal, having a friend you feel comfortable talking to, or even having a therapist, depending on your situation. When we overcome our doubts through an optimistic outcome, it can lead to finding our worth and believing we have the capacity to make a difference in the world. When we are able to be optimistic and show it, we can influence other people to see the good in things and help them be optimistic too. Before we know it, one person showing optimism can influence the whole world in a more positive way of thinking and healing. My Aunt Jessie is my ultimate source of optimism and helps heal my doubts through optimism so I can endure and overcome any hardships I face. Her example can inspire our entire society too. Our world experiences a loss of self-worth, whether it be dealing with likes on social media or experiencing divorced parents. Though these challenges are hard to overcome, we need to learn how to put a lens of optimism on our own lives. Before we know it, a domino effect of optimism can influence and unify the whole world. So I challenge you to try to take a minute and reflect on the good things that happened to you today. If you cannot think of anything, remember that you woke up, you have a roof over your head, and you have food to put in your stomach. Now, after you focus on what you can be optimistic about in your own life, you have the capacity to make a difference, even if it means just a simple smile to a stranger, and start the domino effect to help unify and heal the world with optimism. Thank you.
A signature project of Optimist International is the Oratorical World Championship. Each year, it is exhilarating to listen to talented youth from around the world deliver their presentations. This year will be no exception, as the contestants will present on the topic, Healing the World with Optimism. My name is Jan Ord-Graves, and I'm serving as the president of the Optimist International Foundation. The staff and board of our foundation are proud to partner with Optimist International to provide the funding for the scholarships for this incredible program. The Optimist International Foundation provides the scholarship for the winning district and regional contestants in the United States, the Caribbean, and the world region. While the Canadian Children's Optimist Foundation funds the scholarship winners in Canada. Every year, thousands of youth compete at their local club level. The winners moving on to compete in one of our 57 Optimist International District competition. The foundations provide funding for the top 3 winners of all of the district competition. The first place district winners move on to compete in the World Championship. These World Championship contestants will compete in one of 8 regions. The regional winners receive a $5,000 scholarship. These 8 regional champions will compete in the final Optimist International Oratorical World Contest. The top 3 will be awarded additional scholarship funds of $15,000 for first, $10,000 for second, and $5,000 for third. Again, the scholarship funds are provided by our foundations. Many of our Optimist members consider the Oratorical World Championship a favorite project. They are incredibly inspired listening to these talented youth of our communities across the world. You can be inspired too. Join us on July 22 and 23 through live stream on YouTube for our virtual Oratorical World Championship.
Hello, my name is Patsy Garner and I'm from Fort Worth, Texas. I am the President Designate of Optimist International. I would like to congratulate each and every one of our contestants today as you have stair-stepped your way through the many levels of competition to lead you to this stage of the 2021 Optimist World Oratorical Championships. It takes hard work, it takes bravery, it takes a little bit of courage to tackle this year's topic, healing the world with optimism. Your teachers, your parents, your supporters around our Optimist globe are extremely proud of each and every one of you, and we wish you all the best of luck in the championships.
Welcome back. I'd now like to introduce Speaker C. Speaker C.
Healing the world with optimism. Almost everyone agrees on at least one thing. 2020 was a horrific year. Dreams were crushed, loved ones were lost, and most optimism that this year could be positive withered. We were, and are still, dealing with a pandemic caused by COVID-19. But this isn't 2020. This is 2021. It's a fresh start and a chance to heal our world. But how do we do that? Some of us are scientists studying this virus, or healthcare workers treating it. But for those of us who aren't, what can we do to help? By using optimism, we can all do our part to heal the world. Many people say that optimists are Pollyannas. The term Pollyanna, according to Merriam-Webster, means a person characterized by irrepressible optimism, or a tendency to find good in everything. Many people use this term as an insult, or to say someone is blind to reality. But this is not the case. Let's take a look at the origin of the term. In Eleanor Porter's children's novel, Pollyanna, we are introduced to the title character, an extremely optimistic, orphaned young girl who moves in with her spinster aunt in a dreary town. No matter what, Pollyanna finds the silver lining in every cloud. Eventually, the entire town becomes as happy as Pollyanna. She heals the town with optimism. Literature is a reflection of truth. No matter how unreal a book may seem, there is always an overarching theme that applies to real life. So while Pollyanna's effect may sound impossible, just some happy ending in a children's bedtime story, the potential of optimism to have a huge impact is quite real. Pollyanna is always finding the good in everything. If we were to replicate this, we too could produce huge results through optimism. The one word Pollyanna uses most is glad. Pollyanna is always playing the glad game, where she tries to find something to be grateful for, no matter what. For example, when her wealthy but mean aunt gives her a sparsely furnished attic room as a bedroom, Pollyanna is thankful, for there is no mirror on the bureau, meaning she cannot see the freckles she dislikes. Throughout the pandemic, a subject of dispute has been wearing masks in public. Personally, I don't enjoy wearing a mask, but I know that wearing one is good for the health of my community. Also, I struggle with self-confidence on account of my acne. But when I'm wearing a mask, other people cannot see the acne on the lower half of my face. Wearing a mask is a huge confidence booster for me now. This is my own version of the glad game. No matter what situation you find yourself in, always try to find a silver lining. Pollyanna radically changed her entire town. You may think it is impossible for you to have an impact, but that notion is completely untrue. Think of Martin Luther King Jr., Elizabeth Cady Stanton, or Mahatma Gandhi. Every single one of them looked at some aspect of the world and said, this needs to change. And every single one of them healed the world. King was a key piece of the civil rights movement. Stanton helped earn American women the right to vote. Gandhi aided India, an entire country, in liberating itself from the control of England. Have you heard of the butterfly effect? It was developed by Edward Lorenz in regards to meteorology, and the theory is that something as small as a butterfly flapping its wings could result in a huge storm somewhere else. When applied to other areas, it shows an overarching fact of life. Little actions can have big results. Don't let anyone tell you that you don't matter. Every single one of us has the power to change the world. Optimism isn't just believing that there are brighter days ahead. It's knowing that you have the power to make those brighter days happen. So have hope. With optimism, our world is slowly but surely healing. And if someone calls you a Pollyanna, take it as a compliment.
Thank you, Speaker C.
Hello, bonjour. I'm Sachin Bourré, the 2020-2021 Junior Optimist International President, under the theme Shooting for the Stars of Optimism. Optimist International sponsors 3 main annual scholarships contests for students to earn scholarships to pursue opportunities in higher education. The Communication Contest for Deaf and Hard of Hearing, the Essay Contest, and the Oratorical Contest. There are also other programs such as the Junior Optimist Golf Annual Tournament. Many contests and competitions can also be found at all levels of the organization, such as the Drawing Photography and the new Musical of Happiness competition, to name a few. Similar to Optimist International, Junior Optimist International, JOI, offers multiple ways that members can win grants and awards through scholarship programs and activities. Each year, there are 2 amazing international scholarships awards of a value of $2,000 each that are available for JOI youth members. The Ruby Blair Award is named after a former staff member of Optimist International who spent a huge amount of time and effort to help organize the international administration of Junior Optimist International, as it is managed today. Ruby Blair's efforts gave club members their own newsletter, which is called The Torch, the awards, training materials, and the annual international convention that has been held in many different locations throughout Canada and the United States. This award is considered a great honor and the most prestigious that a JOI member can receive, and is given to the member that has dedicated their time and effort and many hours to the JOI organization. The Member of Excellence Award is presented to one Junior Optimist member who shows dedication in the field of club development and community service. This award represents the true philanthropic spirit and is also considered a great honor to be received by a JOI member. Every year at the club, zone, district, and regional, as well as the international level, there are many opportunities for youth to participate in many contest activities and have the possibility to receive recognition awards, as well as to gain significant training and experience by holding executive positions at all levels of the organization, all while making connections with other youth in their communities and having fun. There are so many ways to be a part of this great organization. Visit our website as junioroptimist.org for more information and to start your journey as a Junior Optimist. Thank you.
Welcome back. It's time to introduce Speaker D. Speaker D.
Good afternoon. Healing the world with optimism. Healing the world with optimism. It's the first thing I read as my advisor hands me the informational paper. This is going to be so easy for me. I'm optimistic, and I love the idea that adults want to see youth like me express our ideas and beliefs about healing the broken world. I got this. That's what I think as I walk into my house to write my speech immediately. Take a piece of paper, grab my fanciest pen, and that's it. That's all I do for the next 15 minutes. I don't write a single word beyond my name. I've always believed that humans were truly good and pure at heart, so why couldn't I put that on paper? Because the world is an awful place, I think. That's what I think as I see 15-year-old Nigeria Becton lying on the ground at a pool party, victimized by police because of the color of her skin. And I hear 17-year-old French junior girl, Avril, crying after being humiliated in front of her classmates by her school guidance counselor. I remember that she killed herself a week later. I can't heal a world this broken with optimism. No one can. I'm not writing about something that I don't believe in. So I put my pen down and I decided I'm going to sleep on it. I ended up sleeping on it for 10 days. But on the 11th day, I saw this beautiful little girl at Target. My friends and I shopped for chips and dip. And she saw us and we started making faces at her and she giggled and waved. As we walked away, we started talking about how hard it was to believe that we were all that young ones, now teenagers. We started talking about everything that she had the potential to become, given that she'd already made our night at such a young age and she didn't even have to try. Given the proper opportunities, I realized that if she so desired, in 35 years, she could be my president, she could be my boss or my child's school teacher. That night, as I lay in bed thinking about all the great things that I see in people like her, I realized that I couldn't try to make optimism one thing that could heal a world so deeply divided and damaged. Optimism is not just the feeling used to reference positive ideas or even the definition given by the Oxford Dictionary. No. Optimism is a feeling that is captured in every event if you look hard enough. The feeling you get when you go to pick up your child from daycare and you see him or her playing with all the other children, regardless of their race, their gender, their physical appearance. It's the feeling you get when you go to a restaurant and the waitress tells you that she enjoys giving to-go boxes of food to the homeless, even though company policy is to throw out the leftovers. It's the feeling you get when you're having a bad day. And this beautiful older lady stops you in the middle of the grocery store to pass on tips that got her through hard times in her life. I was trying to make optimism this magical being that could heal the world, but I was wrong. Optimism presents itself in a person, in a conversation, or a passing feeling that is a part of every human experience. You don't have to become president or prime minister or even someone with a fancy title at all to begin healing the world. No one said it could be done in a day or even a lifetime. So what if you only knowingly heal one person? And so what if that one person is yourself? By doing so, you've been an indirect influence to someone, and whether positive or negative, you get that. So what if that one person, maybe your little brother, takes that optimistic mindset that he got from you, and he uses that to influence 7 other people? Well, those 7 others go and influence 10 more people each. Indirectly, you have given some form of hope and influence to 71 individuals. So while you kept your light to yourself in your small little town, those 71 people are spreading it to Paris, to Kenya, to Brazil. You didn't heal the world, but you started this process. So it's okay to feel negative emotions like rage and sadness, because without them, we never know the love and joy that come after. Optimism can't exist without pessimism and vice versa, but that's okay. We're trying to heal the world, not perfect it. Thank you.
All right, well, the question is then, what's to do in Reno? wearing a cheerful countenance at all times. We look forward to seeing you in 2022.
Welcome back. It's time now to meet contestant Speaker E. Speaker E.
Healing the world with optimism. Everyone has experienced the euphoric joy of accomplishing a long-anticipated goal and the crushing disappointment of failing to meet expectations. But despite life providing us with our happiness and sorrow, in the end, our happiness tends to get lost, while the sadness remains with us every day. And as our minds reflect on our lives, the anguish seems to envelop all of our precious moments. This is a reality that we all have felt. But while we want to change this, there is something within our control that's hindering our quest for happiness. As a matter of fact, this something is humanity itself. We are our own worst enemies when it comes to being happy. Now, while this may sound ridiculous and somewhat laughable, there are many examples of it. Take a job, for instance, be it anything from the President of the United States to a student in school. Now think about the amount of time that is spent on that one job per day. The majority of people would say that at least 50 to 60% of their time awake is spent focused on their career. And this is precisely the problem. We don't have enough time to sit down and cherish life because we constantly have the mindset that we should be working and being productive. Thus, this tumultuous and never-ending existence leaves us reflecting on the current state of our lives and the world around us. Moreover, it has not only been the rush and chaos in our lives that has been a problem, but the COVID-19 pandemic has also taken a major toll on everyone. And today's world always has something negative to offer. Businesses have closed. Families have been left in grief. And the world feels less safe every successive day. As a result of the pandemic, people's hectic lives, and other notable factors, our overall optimism has lessened in recent years. Consequently, there's been a discernible decrease in the amount of happiness and hopefulness that we display towards our future. This is a worrying trend. But now, there's one question that arises. How do we reverse this trend, even with all the unwanted factors in life? The answer is with optimism. Having an optimistic mindset can help bring our lives back together. However, many people immediately question and ask, how can something as simple as optimism help change the world? Well, to those I say, think about the last time you had a project or dream of some sort, be it anything from wanting to win a speech competition to aspiring to be an entrepreneur. Now, even before you can get to the work aspect of your project, you must first believe and be confident that you can accomplish the task. Or in other words, you must have optimism. This gives you the motivation to attempt and complete the project. But without this confidence, you'll give up before you even begin. This shows that optimism is at the center of anything successful, and nothing impressive happens if you, in your heart, don't believe that you can achieve it. Now, if one person being optimistic can accomplish so much for themselves, imagine the impact that millions, even billions of people can have when embracing an optimistic mindset and when working towards a common goal. The result is achievement. And this has been proven time and time again, from the Egyptians building the great pyramids that stand 5,000 years later, to teams of engineers building rocket ships and satellites that ascend to space. Looking at the bigger picture, this is exactly what we need to do to heal our world. Follow the footsteps of those who understood the value of optimism and those who, as a whole, work towards achieving greatness. Ultimately, to any who still believe that optimism is powerless to help our world, I echo the words of Helen Keller. Optimism is the faith that leads to achievement. Nothing can be done without hope and confidence. Thank you.
A line from Bob Marley's Misty Morning says, "I want you to straighten out my tomorrow." Optimists, as friends of youth, are part of a beautiful, inspiring, and powerful process of straightening and strengthening tomorrow. I am proud to be a part of that movement. I am very privileged and humbled to be an optimist. Fellow optimists, I want to encourage, motivate, and inspire you to keep on doing what you're doing. Keep on doing what you're doing to help to straighten and strengthen tomorrow. I am proud to be an optimist. OPTIMIST, outstanding person, taking initiative, making improvements, strengthening tomorrow. Ignite, choose optimism.
I remember the first time I was introduced to optimism. A friend of mine and a co-worker then asked me if I would volunteer my expertise in a Boys' Day seminar her club was having. And trust me, when I saw how those young men engaged with myself, policemen, and the other optimists talking about youth empowerment, youth appreciation, respect for the law, it left me with a sense of hope for the future. I was really very inspired. I joined the Sunset Optimist Club of Ligini shortly after that in 2007, and what a journey it has been. I have grown personally. I've seen young people, children, become better for their communities and themselves. And ever since that, I've also had an opportunity to develop relationships, great relationships from Canada down to the USA, right across the Caribbean, and that is why I remain proud to be an optimist.
Welcome back to the Oratorical World Championship. I'd like to introduce you to Speaker F. Speaker F.
Healing the world with optimism. Healing has become such an integral part of our lives, especially throughout this past year. We, as a society, are healing from a global pandemic that has killed millions of people. We are healing from horrific racism and prejudice. We are healing from violence within our country that has taken so many lives. Although we have suffered through painful tragedies and loss, we still have our optimism, which is the greatest defense against all of our troubles. With the power of optimism, we can have the strength to heal. So, I suppose the first question we must ask ourselves is, how can we use our optimism to heal? Well, healing requires change. We, as humans, tend to turn a blind eye to our problems, convincing ourselves that optimism means seeing only the best aspects of our world. In truth, we need to recognize our problems and then have the optimism to change, improve, and heal them. I have come to the conclusion that the hardest part of any journey towards healing is actually loving yourself enough to put in the work to get better. I believe this goes for all of us because every single person has that weight they are carrying, that pain they are healing from. Healing is not a joyride. It is a scary roller coaster full set of rises and drops. But that is why we have optimism. To me, optimism is not only recognizing that it can get better, but understanding that there is a reason, a purpose for every experience. That the smiles bring you joy and the tears give you the strength to go on and make the world your own vision. That is true optimism, which allows us to heal through understanding that there is a purpose within the pain. Mother Teresa dedicated her life to helping heal those who had no one else to help them. In 1931, she was sent to Calcutta, India to become a teacher. While there, she recognized that there were so many people in pain whom others simply ignored. In contrast to many others, Mother Teresa had the optimism to heal, which changed so many lives. Whenever she saw people suffering in the streets, she gave them food, shelter, and medical assistance. In 1979, Mother Teresa was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, but she refused the traditional Nobel banquet and donated her prize money to the poor in India. Healing does not always mean a quick, full recovery. The pain still happens, so it does not just disappear, but it does get better. The same goes for our mental health and even our global issues. The great Nelson Mandela used his optimism to peacefully confront racism in South Africa. He was put in jail for 27 years by his own government due to his fight for justice. Even so, he eventually became the president of South Africa. Nelson Mandela is an example of how one person can change the world forever. Some type of pain is simply impossible to forget. The wounds close and we're left with scars. But like Nelson Mandela, we can grow from our pain to create a better future. When the pandemic first began, every single person in every country was affected by it, which means that each of us has a common connection with the rest of humanity. This year has been the perfect example of how when we all come together, healing can be possible. We just need to remember that it takes time, determination, and of course, optimism. Mother Teresa once said, "There is a light in this world, a healing spirit more powerful than any darkness we may encounter." We must have optimism for our future because we need healing to survive, and we cannot heal without optimism. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 6. As you return to the break room, I would like to introduce you again to our co-director, Diana Carlin.
Good afternoon. We couldn't do this contest without judges. So at this time, I would like to introduce the three judges for this round and thank them publicly for giving up some of their time to listen to these speeches. So let me begin with Judge 1, Ann Smith, if you would give everybody a wave. All right, and Judge 2 is Anik Jalot. Anik. And Judge 3 is Adam Bagwell. Adam? Thanks to the three of you, and I know some of you are doing more than one of these rounds, so we're going to whisk them off to a breakout room to judge this particular round. So thank you to all of you.
Optimism, hope, positive vision. From the very first Optimist clubs in the early 1900s, our focus has been on making the world a better place, bringing out the best in youth, our communities, and ourselves. The focus of Optimist International has remained remarkably consistent over the past 100 years, while we've continued to evolve to meet current needs and to bring a spirit of optimism to new areas around the world.
Over the years, our Optimist International Foundation and Canadian Children's Optimist Foundation have provided millions of dollars in scholarships for students participating in our essay, oratorical, and communications contests for deaf and hard of hearing students. Our oldest scholarship program, the Optimist International Oratorical Contest, began in 1928 and was recently expanded to include a world championship. It has been very exciting to see the talented young people from around the world competing at all levels of our scholarship programs.
It was always really fun. It started out as an assignment for a language arts class. It builds everything that you need to be a great public speaker or just be more comfortable talking to people. I think it had a really, really big impact on me. The foundation of learning to write a speech and perform a speech and everything like that was built through the Optimist Oratorical Contest.
Each year, many Optimist clubs run youth sports programs impacting thousands of children in their local communities through baseball, basketball, soccer, football, hockey, curling, cheerleading, and other programs. Many former players in Optimist sports programs have gone on to earn college scholarships, and several have become professional athletes.
The Optimist International Junior Golf Program has several tournaments recognized among the premier competitions for young golfers in the world. At the local, district, regional, and international levels, our junior golf program serves about 5,000 young golfers each year.
The Optimist Championship is the best golf experience of my life. It's awesome. It's competitive. It's international.
Since the 1920s, our junior Optimist clubs have been working to bring out the best in young people. Our junior Optimist clubs provide opportunities for high school and younger students to learn about community service and develop leadership skills. Together, adults and junior Optimists work hand in hand to improve our local communities. In fact, the president of Junior Optimist International sits on the Optimist International Board of Directors, in addition to leading over 15,000 student members around the world.
Optimists conduct over 65,000 service projects each year, spending $78 million in their local communities. And each year, Optimist programs have a positive impact on 6 million children. With the motto of helping Optimists help children, our Optimist Foundations assist clubs in their efforts through grants and scholarships. And each day, Optimist clubs around the world volunteer to make a lasting impact, not only on young people, but on our local communities.
Service.
Happiness.
Outreach.
Positivity. Positive.
Impactful.
Love.
Exhilaration.
Family.
Family.
Selflessness.
Hope.
Hope.
Over the past 100 years, there are so many ways Optimists have provided hope and a positive vision to bring out the best in youth, our communities, and ourselves. Who we are and what we do as Optimists are needed now more than ever, and we look forward to making an even bigger impact going forward. Promise yourself to be part of that journey as we bring out the best into the next century.
My name is Michelle Blackburn, the Foundation Accountant. I prepare the financial statements, club campaign statements, state registrations, I also track investments and endowments and other accounting functions. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michelle Irvin. I'm the Accounts Receivable Manager. I currently handle pretty much all things dues related. I process the payments, the adjustments. I send out the past due letters for the clubs that are on the 120 day list.
Hi, I'm Cindy Evaker, and I'm the Senior Accountant at Optimist International Headquarters in the Finance Department. I mostly work behind the scenes. I do all the journal entries for all the companies, and then do the monthly consolidation, and then prepare the financial statements for our CFO, Connie Pellick.
Hi, I'm Connie Pellick, CFO of Optimist International. I oversee the accounting and finance of the organization.
Hi, I'm Joe Dormuth. I work in the IT department as a software developer. I work with the website and the membership database, along with providing desktop support to our staff and members.
Hi, I'm Tom Carver. I am Senior Director of Technology. I'm responsible for all technology from phones and copiers to workstations and servers in the cloud and in our data center, and the software that runs them. I have an amazing staff of 2 who do all the hard work, including software development and member and staff assistants.
Hi, I'm Marcus Shaker, the IT Manager at Optimist International. I'm responsible for the membership database system and reports.
Hi, I'm Teresa Olvagoner. I am the Senior Director of Finance here at Optimist International, and some of my duties are I assist the CFO with budgeting. I do the payroll for the organization.
Hi everyone, I'm Dana Thomas, Senior Director of Administration and Operations at the International Headquarters. My duties involve looking after the district allotments, supporting the Board of Directors, the Executive Director, Governance Committee, and International Candidate Qualifications Committee. And I also look after the International Building Headquarters.
Hi, my name is Jamie McNiff. I am the Administrative Services Manager for Leadership Development and Club Support. I help process awards. I am the staff liaison for Club Fitness, and I also help out with answering the phones and processing the mail.
Hi, my name's Jennifer Bagwell. You might have seen some of my handiwork over social media. I work very closely with all the different staff, committee members, board members, executive director, leaders around the world, and members around the world to gather information. We send out monthly hotlines and emails as needed for all the different departments and staff. We also send out our magazine, we publish that, and a lot of digital marketing efforts for all our different programs and activities and Optimist International related material. You'll see a lot of our work over social media, but also a lot of our stuff published to the press and to the public in general.
My name is Charlotte Baker. I work in the membership department. I am the data entry specialist and the Friend of Optimist specialist. I enter all information from the club officers, especially roster changes, officer changes, in fact, anything that they need to be changed, like members' names. I also, a Friend of Optimist, I am in charge of sending out all of the renewal notices to the prospective members and sending out their letters and there's certificates for them. I take care of the club bylaws. I take care of the life memberships. And anything that needs to be done in membership, I'll help to take care of it.
Hello everyone, my name is Megan Pollack. I am the Leadership Development, Marketing, and Membership Coordinator at Optimist International. My role is helping with the learning management system as well as assisting the marketing department in their communication and other marketing efforts.
Hello, my name is Jason Cook. I'm the Creative Director here at Optimist International, and I do pretty much all things graphics, so printing a magazine, signage for conventions, logos, branding, stuff for foundation.
Oh, hey, I didn't see you guys there. Hi, I'm Josh Castleberry. I am the International Programs and Events Coordinator. I work with the Junior Optimist Department, Programs, and Events. And it's very nice to meet you guys. Well, virtually.
Hello, my name is Amy Keller and I work with Junior Optimist International and our International Programs Departments. Wishing you a wonderful Optimist year.
Hi, I'm Sharon Parton, Senior Director of the Optimist Junior Golf Program. I oversee the Junior Golf Program, which consists of the Optimist International Junior Golf Championship, the tournament champions, and a couple of tour events, plus Optimist qualifiers from all around the United States, Canada, and the Caribbean. We have, this is a unique junior golf tournament for ages, boys and girls ages 10 to 18, who compete worldwide and advance to the championship level. This is top level golf where we receive at least 30 college coaches that follow these young golfers. We're also highly ranked with Junior Golf Scoreboard, Golf Week, Amateur World, and AGA performance-based stars. Also is our November Tournament of Champions. This is the best of the best that play at this event. For more information on the Optimist Junior Golf Program, please visit our website at www.optimist.org/golf. Thank you and have a great day.
Hello, I'm Rhonda Vaughn, Senior Director of Communications, Marketing, and Meeting Services. I handle everything meetings and convention, and I also oversee the Communications and Marketing and Graphics Department.
Hi, I'm Craig Boring, Executive Director of Optimist International Foundation. The Optimist International Foundation is here to assist Optimist International, the districts, the clubs, and individual members as we really live by our motto of helping optimists help kids. We're the charitable arm of Optimist International, and we provide the much-needed funds for scholarships such as essay and oratorical. We support the World Oratorical Contest. We support the Junior Optimist Program, the Junior Golf Program, as well as we also offer many grants that clubs can take advantage of around childhood health and wellness, new projects, and disaster relief.
Hello, my name is Shanita Taylor. I'm the Senior Director of Donor Services for the Optimist International Foundation. I've been with the foundation for the past 19 years. I manage the club campaign and the club pass-through grant programs. I oversee the gift entry, gift acknowledgement letters, and the award shipment processes. I also send out monthly reports to the district foundation reps.
Hi, I'm Patty Ashby, Donor Services Coordinator at the Foundation. I handle gift entry, acknowledgement letters, credit card donation processing. I help with the club grant program. I also help with the Women's Philanthropy Council program. I help with club campaign and pass-throughs. Also, we have the 50th anniversary sales right now, and I process those sales and ship them as well.
Hi, Tina and Debbie. Let's talk about Optimist International's new expanded Childhood Health and Wellness program. It allows clubs and districts the opportunity to initiate new projects to improve the quality of life for children in all communities across a broad spectrum of needs.
The program focuses on 4 general areas. Number 1, healthy lifestyles. Number 2, chronic diseases such as diabetes and cancer. Number 3, mental health. And 4, disabilities.
Childhood health and wellness is so important to a child's growth and development, and that's why it includes such things as a healthy diet and exercise.
It also includes good mental health and wellness, and all of this together promotes a child's optimal growth and development.
As a part of this effort, the My Understanding Initiative allows access to exceptional resources such as pamphlets and videos for families and for community partners.
And thereby, they can learn much more about childhood wellness. And My Understanding provides excellent tools to help those in need of assistance.
Such resources will allow youth and families to learn that it's okay to need help sometimes, and that when it comes to childhood wellness, everyone is an optimist.
Oh, hi. Are you here to see the principal?
Yes, I am.
Oh, Mrs. Brown is super nice. Hey, you'll like her. Mind if I sit down?
Sure.
I'm Gulliver, by the way.
It's nice to meet you, Gulliver.
Do you have a child at this school?
I do.
Yeah.
He's in grade 3.
Oh, no kidding. Well, who is he? Who's your son?
Matthew? Matt?
Oh, Matt. I know Matt. He's a great guy. Oh, are you here to pick him up? Does he have a doctor's appointment? Or a dentist appointment?
No, I'm here to see the principal. Matt is not having a good day.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I noticed he was struggling at recess. He was having a really hard time.
Yeah, Matt struggles with anxieties.
Oh, I know all about anxiety. I struggle with it myself. But I'm learning to manage. It's a process.
It takes a lot of work to manage anxiety.
Well, I know some days Matt must have a hard time in class. Everybody does. You know, sometimes I have a hard time with my anxieties. We talk a lot about anxieties and worries at my house.
We talk about worries at our house, too. But Matt's problems are a bit bigger than worries.
Oh. Well, then I guess it's good that you're here, talking to Mrs. Brown.
Is it?
Well, yeah. You guys are working together to help Matt.
It doesn't feel like it.
How come it doesn't feel like it?
It's hard being a parent to Matt. He's that kid with the problems. And here I am, called to the principal's office from work again.
Yeah, but that's a good thing, isn't it? Because then there's more than one person helping Matt.
I feel like they don't see the work we do at home. They only see Matt at school. They don't know how hard it is to raise a kid like Matt. I think they think I'm a bad parent.
No, why would they think that you're a bad parent?
Because Matt is a problem. Matt is always a problem. No matter what I do, Matt is a problem. It doesn't matter what I do. It doesn't get any better. I'm tired. I feel hopeless. When is this going to end?
Here.
I'm the one day in and day out with this kid. You don't think I know what he does? I'm exhausted. And here I am called out of work to come back to the principal's office again. I just don't think they understand. If they could walk a day in my shoes.
Are you okay?
You're the first person to ask me that. Thanks for listening.
You're welcome. By the way, I don't think Matt is a problem. I like Matt. I think Matt is a kid with a problem. But I don't think that Matt is a problem. You know, it sounds like raising Matt is hard at times, but I think you're doing a great job.
Thanks.
Really? I mean, it's easy to be good at the easy things, but sticking it out when things get tough, well, anybody who can do that is doing great in my books. It just sounds like you need help once in a while, like when Matt has hard days.
I do.
I always think it's okay to ask for help.
But they're just going to judge me.
Maybe you need to help them understand. Maybe they need you as much as you need them. Everyone working together to help Matt.
I don't know.
Understanding. Yeah, it's all about understanding. I bet if everyone around Matt had a better understanding of what he was going through, well then, you might not feel so judged.
Maybe.
And maybe if everyone understood how hard you were working, well, they'd remember to ask you how you're doing. You know, I think Matt's lucky to have you as a mom. I bet he knows how hard you're trying.
How did you get so smart? You're an old soul.
Well, I am 56 in dog years.
Hi, Michelle. Sorry to keep you waiting. Gulliver, are you waiting to see me?
Yep, here, Mrs. Brown. This is for you.
All right, excellent. Thanks, Gulliver.
It was very nice to meet you.
You too.
Come on in, Michelle. Let's talk about Matt.
As a part of this effort, the In My Understanding initiative allows access to exceptional resources such as pamphlets and videos for families and for community partners.
There are also opportunities for funding from both the CCOF with the Spread Relief Grant and from the OIF with the Health and Wellness Matching Grants that clubs can utilize as startup funding for wellness programs. As optimists, we are role models of resilience, largely by choosing optimism.
It is important for Optimist clubs to provide an environment of growth and acceptance for families that we serve worldwide. This will help to establish resilience by providing a safe place for understanding, well-being, and wellness to youth, to families, and to ourselves.
know that not all heroes wear capes? Optimist International Club's members and volunteers are often the unseen and unknown heroes who give it their all to make a positive difference in the youth and their community. Each year, Optimists celebrate together Optimist Day, which is on the first Thursday of February of each year. They do this by promoting their efforts in their community over social media, in the news, and through local city proclamations. This past year, Optimists opened their doors and invited the world to celebrate this day with them, and Optimist Day became a national day. Members can be seen wearing Optimist attire, shirts, pins, hats, and more. We hope you come and celebrate Optimist Day with us on February 3rd, 2022.
was very upset in the beginning, but after a while, I decided I don't want cancer to hold me back. I want to keep going and be the best I can be and don't let it block me from being what I can be.
about a month or two after she was initially diagnosed, testing came back and confirmed that she had a genetic mutation of her leukemia cells. So that increases her chance for relapse significantly, as I took it. So the doctors, luckily at Hopkins, they knew that there was a clinical trial available for her specific mutation. It was something that I think literally they had said 4 years earlier they weren't even looking for the mutation. So it was very lucky for us that they knew enough to, one, look for it, and then also have a drug that they thought could counter the effects.
I decided to do pediatric oncology research and specifically pediatric leukemia research because I saw a really big need for it in the clinic.
I've worked my whole life. It's been my goal to be a pediatric cancer researcher. I'm here. I'm excited about the strides that we're making and the great success we'll see over the next years and decades.
So I work on immunotherapies for leukemia to improve outcomes for patients. So I can take what I do in the lab, take it to the bedside, and then take patient samples from clinic and do research on them in the laboratory.
Our goal is to figure out ways to activate a patient's own immune system, a child's own immune system against their cancer. And specific cancers that we're interested in are solid tumors called sarcomas, osteosarcomas, rhabdomyosarcomas.
The research they do, they're trying to find other ways to make kids get better, like faster and easier without all the trouble and the really hard times.
The support that I received from the Optimist Foundation, it occurred at a pivotal part of my career, a part where I needed funding to be able to get my research started, to be able to get the further grants. And without that spark of funding, right, I wouldn't have been able to make the progress that I have.
We're grateful for our long-term partnership with Optimist International. It's enabled us to train fellows who go out across the world spreading this knowledge, and it's enabled some of the investigators here at Johns Hopkins to do research that's changing the outcome for children with these cancers.
To see a child do well in therapy is the best day that you'll ever have.
I feel very optimistic about my future.
Did you know the Optimist Club of St. Louis is one of the oldest in the nation? Our club was founded before the 1918 influenza pandemic. We support youth in St. Louis and have a storied history. Branch Rickey, who later managed the Dodgers when Jackie Robinson came to baseball, was president of our club in 1928. The club has had many members over the decades. We keep up tradition like the annual Old Newsboys Day, selling a special version of the Post-Dispatch for donations. Each year our foundation gives grants to local service organizations. At the Youth and Family Center, we assemble holiday meals. Look at all those family dinners. The Oratorical contest demonstrates the bright future of the youth we serve even through COVID-19. We are the Optimist Club of St. Louis, helping children through 2 pandemics, sustained for over 100 years by our Optimist creed.
Greetings. I'd like to welcome all of our contestants to the World Oratorical Championships for Optimist International. Congratulations to all of you, and also to your parents, your family members who are joining you, your teachers, and also thank you to the Optimist clubs who've been supporting you and sponsoring you along this journey. Not only have you demonstrated great talent in being here for this competition, but you've shown that you are innovators, that you are people who overcome challenges, because to get here, you had to do some things in kind of non-traditional ways. So congratulations for what you've done. We as Optimists share your belief in taking what appears to be an obstacle and turning it into an opportunity. So well done. I'd like to share just a little bit of background with you on the organization that's here sponsoring this competition. We've been around for just over 100 years, and I was privileged to have the chance to serve as president of Optimist International during our centennial year in 2018-19. For the past 100 years, we've shared the mission of providing hope and positive vision so that we as Optimists work to bring out the best in youth, our communities, and ourselves. We do that in a lot of different ways. We sponsor scholarship competitions like you're participating in here. We also have youth sports programs like our junior golf championships and sports programs in local communities. We have a junior Optimist organization, which is really around youth leadership development and community service, and childhood health and wellness programs, many other things at a local level as well. So wanted to give you that background, but I'd also encourage you as the students who are here with the kind of talent that you have to consider looking at some of the other scholarship programs that might give you opportunities. Maybe think about getting involved in a junior Optimist club and developing your leadership skills and giving back in the community. And maybe check out some of our other competitions for sports and things like that if you're a golfer, for example. And so I think this is a wonderful way to recognize you here today. All of you are winners, or you would not be involved in this competition. Thank you for all that you've done. Best wishes for your continued success, not only in this competition, but in your very bright futures. Thank you.
Can you imagine a world without boundaries? Congratulations, Speaker B, to be clear, Jalon Murchison, who gave a magical presentation from Illinois. Congratulations on the 2020 winner of Optimist International World Oratorical Competition. Would you like to say a few words, Jalen?
Yeah, oh my gosh. This is very unusual, but I do not have the right words to say. I'm just so excited. I'm just so grateful for everyone who has helped me get to this point. Like I said earlier, my friends, especially my best friend, my family, my mom, my dad, my grandma, everybody. My coaches, I'm just so thankful to them. This is not just a win for me. This is a win for them as well. But to me, this is also a win for people all over who love speaking, who their passion is to speak. Never give up on it. Keep speaking out your mind, because I promise you, someone will listen. I know there's a while back where I felt like no one would listen to what I said. I felt like I didn't have the words to prepare a speech. But I thank God, and I thank everyone who supported me to be able to craft such arguments and to be able to craft such speeches, to be able to eloquently put down what I want to say and what I'm thinking. So thank you guys so much. I thank you so much to the Optimist Club International. Thank you so much. I'm overjoyed. Thank you.
Thank you, Jalen. You want to share what your career goals are or university plans?
Yes, as I said before, I'm an upcoming freshman at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, and I plan to study in the fields of acting and communications.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful.
Good afternoon. My name is Anne-Richie Doyle. I'm honored to address you on behalf of my president, Jean-Claude Saint-Onge, and my colleagues at the Canadian Children's Optimist Foundation. What a privilege it is to participate in the 2021 edition of Optimist International World Oratorical Championship. Congratulations to all the youth who participated in our oratorical competition this year. Optimists around the world are proud to offer you this opportunity to express yourself on this year's theme while giving you this developmental opportunity. Both foundations and their volunteers have worked tirelessly to provide you with scholarships at the district, regional, and world championships. Investing in our youth today is and will always be of great importance to us. I must admit that I am totally relieved that I'm not acting as member of the jury today, as I know the choice will not be easy. I congratulate all of you and wish you the best in this championship.
A signature project of Optimist International is the Oratorical World Championship. Each year, it is exhilarating to listen to talented youth from around the world deliver their presentations. This year will be no exception, as the contestants will present on the topic, Healing the World with Optimism. My name is Jan Ord-Graves, and I'm serving as the president of the Optimist International Foundation. The staff and board of our foundation are proud to partner with Optimist International to provide the funding for the scholarships for this incredible program. The Optimist International Foundation provides the scholarship for the winning district and regional contestants in the United States, the Caribbean, and the world region, while the Canadian Children's Optimist Foundation funds the scholarship winners in Canada. Every year, thousands of youth compete at their local club level, the winners moving on to compete in one of our 57 Optimist International District competition. The foundations provide funding for the top 3 winners of all of the district competition. The first place district winners move on to compete in the World Championship. These World Championship contestants will compete in one of 8 regions. The regional winners receive a $5,000 scholarship. These 8 regional champions will compete in the final Optimist International Oratorical World Contest. The top 3 will be awarded additional scholarship funds of $15,000 for first, $10,000 for second, and $5,000 for third. Again, the scholarship funds are provided by our foundations. Many of our Optimist members consider the Oratorical World Championship a favorite project. They are incredibly inspired listening to these talented youth of our communities across the world. You can be inspired too. Join us on July 22 and 23 through live stream on YouTube for our virtual Oratorical World Championship.
Hello, bonjour. I'm Sachin Bourré, the 2020-2021 Junior Optimist International President, under the theme Shooting for the Stars of Optimism. Optimist International sponsors 3 main annual scholarships contests for students to earn scholarships to pursue opportunities in higher education. The Communication Contest for Deaf and Hard of Hearing, the Essay Contest, and the Oratorical Contest. There are also other programs such as the Junior Optimist Golf Annual Tournament. Many contests and competitions can also be found at all levels of the organization, such as the Drawing Photography and the new Musical of Happiness competition, to name a few. Similar to Optimist International, Junior Optimist International, JOI, offers multiple ways that members can win grants and awards through scholarship programs and activities. Each year, there are 2 amazing international scholarships awards of a value of $2,000 each that are available for JOI youth members. The Ruby Blair Award is named after a former staff member of Optimist International who spent a huge amount of time and effort to help organize the international administration of Junior Optimist International, as it is managed today. Ruby Blair's efforts gave club members their own newsletter, which is called The Torch, the awards, training materials, and the annual international convention that has been held in many different locations throughout Canada and the United States. This award is considered a great honor and the most prestigious that a JOI member can receive, and is given to the member that has dedicated their time and effort and many hours to the JOI organization. The Member of Excellence Award is presented to one Junior Optimist member who shows dedication in the field of club development and community service. This award represents the true philanthropic spirit and is also considered a great honor to be received by a JOI member. Every year at the club, zone, district, and regional, as well as the international level, there are many opportunities for youth to participate in many contest activities and have the possibility to receive recognition awards, as well as to gain significant training and experience by holding executive positions at all levels of the organization, all while making connections with other youth in their communities and having fun. There are so many ways to be a part of this great organization. Visit our website as junioroptimist.org for more information and to start your journey as a Junior Optimist. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome again to the 6th Annual Optimist Oratorical World Championships. We are now ready for round 5, and this region is the Southwest and the Caribbean. And we are ready. We have Speaker A ready to go. So Speaker A, can we do a quick mic check?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. And before we start, let me introduce my co-director here, if you want to wave, Sunny Fridge, who is co-directing with me this year. So Speaker A, we can hear you. I am going to introduce you again. So whenever you are ready, Speaker A, you can begin.
Healing the world with optimism. Sounds pretty straightforward, right? All we have to do is find the good in every situation, and then humans live longer, healthier, happier lives. However, I am sure we can all agree that it is not as easy as it sounds. I know I struggle with this idea when I'm running the gauntlet with my soccer team. The gauntlet is a fitness test we do every year, and it is just as bad as it sounds. This test is the closest thing to hell that I have personally experienced. Mostly because every time I run it, I'm recovering from some type of injury or surgery, whether it's getting out of a boot from a sprained ankle, getting out of a sling from a torn shoulder labrum, recovering from a sprained LCL in the knee I had surgery on years ago, or getting my appendix out last month. And I could go on for a while longer listing the body parts I'm missing, but I think everyone gets the idea. I have had to overcome numerous physical obstacles to still play the sport that I love. I found myself healing quicker during those hard times when I was positive. But with the fitness test, I found myself in a different situation this year. This year, I am a senior, and I took on the responsibility of guiding the freshmen and sophomores through this endeavor. I prepared them, of course, but more than anything, I made sure they looked on the bright side. The fact that we were all healthy enough to run, especially since I am an injury-prone athlete, the pure joy that overcomes every player when it is over, and when we hear everyone shouting, "It's almost over!" during the last lap of the test, we knew happiness like we never knew it before. The number one thing I learned is that if your mind gives up before you even begin, then you have already failed. That's why I made sure the underclassmen never got into their heads about the gauntlet and failed before they started. Sure enough, when we ran it this year, almost every player beat their times from last year because we looked at it differently. Optimism is sometimes a struggle, but no one regrets staying positive. It is the most important part of resilience, that inner strength that pushes you when times are tough, that even through something like a worldwide pandemic, optimism will help people feel, see, and think positively about life. The Google definition of healing is the process of making or becoming sound or healthy again. So when talking about healing the world with optimism, by definition, we're assuming the world is not sound or healthy as it is right now, but it was before. I believe our society is filled with so much hope and potential. However, I think society at large fails to advance due to selfish intentions. Pessimism has done great harm to the prosperity of our world and society that it seems nearly impossible to change. But one person has the ability to heal and make a difference in so many lives. If one person thinks positively, then they can affect not only their life, but the people they come into contact with. To put it simply, pay it forward. Pay forward that compliment or kind gesture, or finding the good in the bad, and just relieve the world of unnecessary stress and burdens. Changing the world starts with one person, and I know I can be that person. The news once surrounded at Chick-fil-A because I had a line of over 200 cars paying for the meal behind them. All this started by one person with a kind heart who wanted to show a gesture to a stranger who was eating God's holy chicken. You can see how one person affected hundreds of others by a positive act. It happens with compliments too. A girl at the airport a few weeks ago said, "I love your leggings." And it made me so genuinely happy that I instantly gained a sense of confidence and optimism that I wanted to share with others. The ripple effect of that one compliment caused me to compliment a few strangers in the airport. Imagine if everyone did this. everyone who thought something positive about someone else would just tell them. It would create a domino effect of positivity and optimistic outlooks on people's day, week, month, or even year. And when everyone is working together to see the bright side, our world will start to heal. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Nancy Ryan, Vice President of Youth Work with the Optimist Club of Birmingham, Alabama. It's also my honor to serve on the Optimist International Foundation Women's Philanthropy Council. OIF has played a big part in our club's ability to make a significant difference in the lives of youth in our community. Each year, the Foundation's Club Grant Committee reviews and selects 20 clubs that are awarded a $500 matching grant towards a new club project. In 2019, our club was honored to receive one of those grants to help fund our project, Olivia's House Playground Improvements, in partnership with the Optimist Club of Birmingham West End. Fortunately, we were able to receive an additional club grant from the Alabama Civil Justice Foundation to help expand the scope of this project. Olivia's House is a facility for women undergoing substance abuse rehabilitation, whose children, ages newborn to preteen, are allowed to live with them. The playground and outdoor area was in great need of improvements for safety reasons and to make the area more kid-friendly. Members of both clubs, along with other volunteers, joined forces in May of 2019 to begin the project. Together, we cleaned and pressure washed the side of the main building, began making cosmetic changes to the block wall and ramp area, removed silt covering a corner of the parking lot, cleared the swing set area of old playground equipment, and replaced the rotted wooden retaining wall with one made of commercial-grade plastic, constructed a new swing set frame to replace the damaged frame, and added 2 new toddler swings, and built a new gazebo to provide much needed shade. Some final touches still need to be made, but the women and children at Olivia's House are already enjoying the new park-like setting. Our club is grateful to OIF for the support given to us and other clubs through the Club Grant Program. Please consider becoming a 365 Club, a Dime a Day, WPC, or President's Club member, or making your most generous contribution each year to support OIF so that the Foundation can continue to fund all of the Optimist International programs that serve 1.5 million children annually. Thank you for your support.
All right, welcome back. We are now ready for Speaker B. Speaker B, do you want to do a quick test?
Sure. Hello, everyone. I'm Speaker B.
Okay, we can hear you. I'm going to turn my microphone off and you can start whenever you want.
Sounds good. Healing the world with optimism. In 2021, a Catholic priest named Father Mike Schmitz launched a special podcast. It's called the Bible in a Year podcast. He publishes an episode each day where he reads from the Bible and then comments on the readings. Father Mike's podcast topped the charts for several weeks, literally becoming the most popular podcast in the nation. It surpassed podcasts by the New York Times, Ben Shapiro, and Joe Rogan. Those are all household names in the podcast industry. And being a podcaster myself, I consider him to be an amazing example. Alexandra De Sanctis, writing with Yahoo News, said, quote, "It is hard to understand this popularity as anything but a blazing sign of hope," end quote. Maybe the reason why this podcast became so popular is because it focuses on something more than just the tragedies in this world. Maybe the hope that is provided in this podcast is exactly what the world needs. Maybe, just maybe, this hope can heal the world. In this speech, I'm going to tell you 2 things. First, why it is so important to have a firmly rooted optimism, and secondly, how that can help the broken world. So first, why is it so important to have a firm, planted optimism? You may have heard about the phrase, "a house on sand will not stand," or some form of that saying. Not only is this an accurate statement, it also rhymes, so you should take it seriously. If a house is built on a bad foundation, then the house can easily fall down. Similarly, if our optimism is not rooted in something firm, something permanent, then it can easily fall. We can easily become pessimistic in troubling times. The prime example of this is the coronavirus. When people were essentially locked into their homes, when they were drastically separated from each other by these strict lockdowns, a bunch of people probably felt really, really bad. If we got a mathematical graph of optimism rates in America, it would probably be an exponential decline. Nathalie Voigt reports a CDC survey stating that suicide rates sharply increased since the lockdowns. When you separate people from each other for months on end, mental health does become a problem. As a country, I feel like we are losing our optimism. And I think a big reason for it is that we don't have a foundation for the optimism. In order to heal a broken world like the one we are in right now, you need optimism with a source. You need a foundation, otherwise the trials can just knock us over. So my first encouragement to you is to find the reliable source, searching for it with honesty. Once we establish a firmly rooted optimism, we can use that optimism to help the broken world. Optimism does a lot of things for us. One of the biggest benefits of optimism is that it motivates us forward. When one is optimistic, they see the bright picture, the best possible scenario. They see the goal. Back in my day, I played soccer a lot. Probably seems like common sense, but in soccer, you need to see the goal in order to score. If you don't know where the goal is, you can't score, but if you see the goal, you can score. Voila. The optimist is able to see the goal, and because of that, they can score. They can solve the problem. Additionally, optimism helps us to see the problem. When the optimist sees the bright picture, they are able to see what is missing in the present scenario. The optimist is able to see the problems and resolve to end those problems. Forbes writer Carmine Gallo explained in 2011 that optimists are able to see the big picture. They can fight against the recency effect, the tendency to remember the most immediate experiences. In times of hardship, this can be rather problematic. When the world is broken, we all focus on that fact, but the optimist looks farther. They see the goal and strive for the goal. So whatever the issue is, we need to let optimism motivate us to solve that issue. If the issue is that we are separated from family, friends, and basically the rest of society, then we need to move forward and talk to family and friends. We need to solve that issue. That's what an optimist does. So when I think about healing a broken world with optimism, I think about two things. First, the optimism we have must be firm. It needs a foundation, otherwise it will quickly yield to a small shove. Second, the optimism we have must make us move. We need to use optimism to help us see the brighter picture and then strive for that picture. Going back to Father Mike Schmitz's podcast, he exceeded expectations. It was crazy. But maybe one reason for that is that he was unique. He was hopeful. This hope can make the world better, but the hope itself has to be firm as well. So to heal a broken world with optimism, we must first find ourselves a firm foundation and then actually use that optimism to move. Thank you.
Optimist International presents.
Thank you, Speaker B.
Musical happiness.
You can go back to the break.
Music makes people happy. This exciting new program is designed to encourage and celebrate youth, musical, and vocal categories. There will be awards for first, second, and third place of each category.
In your community, optimism for you and me, it will make you. It will make you. Optimism will make you. It will make you high. Everybody sing it.
Hi, my name is Jonah Castle, and I'm going to be playing Debina by Franz Schubert.
days have got me through. I'm running with nowhere to go. I could give into the clouds, have a gloomy.
Welcome back. We are now ready for Speaker C. And Speaker C, if you want to do a quick mic check.
Hello, are you guys able to hear me?
We can. So Speaker C, we're ready anytime you are.
Yes, ma'am. Healing the world with optimism. Healing the world with optimism is necessary in order to get through life's many unfavorable situations. Optimism is a choice, an attitude that although when presented with an unfavorable situation, you remain positive and hopeful that the best possible outcome will prevail. Optimism is a mindset. It is a way of life. When one focuses on being optimistic, you are able to see the world in a different way, with optimistic lenses. By using these lenses, you are able to see the future with hope, have faith that something better is near, and be positive to see beyond what is before you. This past year, it has felt as if the entire global community has been struggling. We have all been presented with so many challenging and difficult events. This pandemic has been difficult for everyone. It has caused us all to stay home and not be able to see one another as we were once used to. No more gatherings with friends, no more vacations, no more school functions, but most importantly, we have lost many loved ones. While it is easy to dwell on all these negative emotions, I choose to put on my optimistic lenses and look at the bright side. This pandemic has allowed me to spend quality time with my family, learn how to bake, and I even started my own online business. Another time I was able to use my optimistic lenses was when my family and I were expected to leave at a specific time to arrive at an event. I was taking too long to get ready, so we left a few minutes late. As we were driving, now late to the event, my parents were a bit disappointed in me. As we got closer, we noticed that there had been a car accident that occurred moments before we passed. It was then that I pointed out to everyone that there was a reason for us running late, and had we left on time, we could have unfortunately been involved in that accident. Sometimes we forget to put on our optimistic lenses. However, sometimes someone else is wearing those lenses, and we need to be reminded that we could borrow those optimistic lenses from them. Recently, we have all experienced the winter storm, which has affected all of our communities. So many of us were without water and electricity for days. Not having electricity was dreadful, especially during the already present pandemic. My family and my entire neighborhood were struggling, and as the days went by and the weather got worse, I have to admit, it was difficult to stay optimistic. However, the selfless and loving act of one neighbor instilled optimism to us all. A neighbor who did have electricity decided to post on a neighborhood chat that she'll be placing a table outside of her home with coffee and disposable cups for anyone to enjoy. Within a few seconds, another neighbor offered to bring 3 huge water jugs and place them outside of their home for anyone to pick up and use. Right after that, another neighbor offered to buy several pizzas and place them outside of their home. And then another, and then another. The selfless and loving act of one neighbor spiraled into a whirlwind of giving and hope, and instilled optimism to all who were struggling. It was at this time that my family borrowed those optimistic lenses from our neighbors and realized that we need to stay hopeful and remember that together we can get through anything. Optimism is a positive, hopeful outlook on the future, yourself, and the world around you. It helps us get through tough times. By definition, optimism helps you see, feel, and think positively. Imagine how different the world would be if we all saw the world and each other with our optimistic lenses. Imagine how much stress could be reduced by using these optimistic lenses at all times when confronted with conflict. Imagine how much hope could be instilled in so many others if we just allow them to borrow our optimistic lenses. Optimism is contagious, so choose optimism and pass it on. And don't forget to wear your lenses in order to heal the world with optimism.
We're now ready for Speaker D. So Speaker D, do you want to do a quick check?
Test, test. Can everyone hear me okay?
We can. All right, Speaker D.
Healing the world through optimism. A man with a dream, a teenager with a pen, a nun with compassion, a schoolgirl with grit. What do they have in common? Well, they were all doctors, but they didn't have medical degrees. These men and women didn't use scalpels, shots, or drugs. They used the power of optimism to bring healing to their worlds, uniting divides, sharing hope with the hurting, anticipating a brighter future. Flip on the news today and you'll quickly realize that we need healing now more than ever. We're divided by our differences, dragged down by negativity. Is healing even possible? Luckily, we're not walking into uncharted territory. Brave optimists from the past show us that healing is within our reach. Optimism is the thread that binds Martin Luther King Jr., Anne Frank, Mother Teresa, and Malala Yousafzai together. Each of them holds a timely lesson for us to be world healers. Optimism starts with a dream, a vision of a brighter future. Although he could have lost hope, Martin Luther King Jr. never lost his dream of an America where his children would be judged by the content of their character, not by the color of their skin, where men of all races could join in brotherhood. Some scoffed at King's idealism, but he encouraged, "Let us not wallow in the valley of despair. We will be free one day." Optimists use their gifts and talents to spark change. The world seemed to be against Anne Frank. Trapped in an attic for 25 months, fearing for her life, what did Anne do? Well, she wrote, not of pessimism or resentment, but of sunshine, cloudless skies, beauty, freedom. Although this amazing girl died when she was only 15 years old, she lives on, inspiring millions with her messages of hope simply because she picked up a pen. Optimism goes beyond social boundaries or popularity. Touching lepers isn't considered cool, but Mother Teresa did it anyway. She dedicated her life to telling others that they were special, precious, and unique. In her words, the greatest disease today is being unwanted, unloved, and uncared for. We can cure physical diseases with medicine, but the only cure for loneliness, hopelessness, and despair is love. We know what we're doing is a drop in the ocean, but if that drop weren't there, the ocean would be missing something. Mother Teresa added countless drops to the ocean of healing, and so can we. Optimism can be hard sometimes. Malala Yousafzai learned this in 2012 when she was shot simply for going to school. If she stayed silent, thousands of Pakistani girls would suffer. Motivated by optimism, Malala rose up and continues to be a powerful voice for women and girls across the globe. Optimism is courage. Now, you may be thinking, I can't be a Martin Luther King Jr. or an Anne Frank, but you don't have to be in a history book to heal. Optimists are simply ordinary people made extraordinary by positivity. I encounter healers every day. My parents and teachers, nonprofit volunteers, frontline health workers, Optimist Club members who pour time and resources into their communities. Their lives inspire me to bring healing to my world. Recently, 2 of my friends were diagnosed with cancer. I can't take their cancer away, but I can brighten their day using optimism. Martin Luther King Jr. showed me that healing starts with a dream. I can imagine my beautiful friends strong and healthy again, and that's what motivates me. From Anne Frank, I learned I can use my gifts and talents to bless others. For me, that's picking up my knitting needles and crafting soft, bright hats for them to wear during chemo. Knitting isn't the most popular pastime for a teenager, but Mother Teresa taught me that popularity pales to making a difference. If Malala can dedicate her life to defending human rights, I can spend my free time bringing healing to others. Healing is almost impossible without having faith it will happen. I believe in the healing power of optimism. Do you? Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, I am Maya Gluck, your Junior Optimist International President for the 2021-2022 year. Congratulations to those who have participated in the oratorical competition at all levels. You are what inspires others to strive for greatness. It takes so much compassion and courage to participate in the competition, and each and every one of you exemplify those traits. A big thank you to Optimist International and the Optimist Foundation for their support. Thank you also to all the Optimist clubs who hosted the oratorical at all levels through in-person and Zoom competitions despite the restrictions of COVID-19. You all worked together flawlessly to make the oratorical such a successful event. Make sure to join us online to support all of the participants of the oratorical competition.
again?
Just a second, let me introduce you. Okay, this is the last contestant in this region, contestant E, and I think we can hear you, so you can start anytime.
I know, we'll heal the world with optimism. Oh, that won't work. You need money to heal the world. Then let's just print more money. No, silly. You can't just print more money every time you need it. Does that mean there isn't even enough money in the world to heal it? What say you? Consider this. If there is enough money in the world, yet the world yearns for healing, then clearly money cannot solve this problem. I propose that the solution is not one of a physical nature. Rather, the answer lies within. Before tending to fractured political relations, scalds of pollution, or festering inequity, we must firstly be optimistic that these wounds can heal. Secondly, we must believe that our contributions make a difference. And thirdly, for the world to be healed, we must address a widespread optimism deficiency. So, how do we identify optimism? Well, according to the Merriam-Webster Dictionary, to be optimistic is to feel or show hope for the future. Now, if you have pushed through a year like 2020, you should have nothing but hope for the future. You have stared into the deadly eyes of what infectious diseases expert Dr. Anthony Fauci declared the worst explosive pandemic in 102 years, and you have chosen life. My family, desperately clutching our hope for the future, has sustained disease, job loss, and these extended periods of isolation. We have remained optimistic, not for fun, but out of necessity. Is it not necessary that we replicate this sustaining optimism in our fight for the world? Absolutely. Not because it can be healed, because it must be healed. Secondly, we must believe that our contributions make a difference. What is healing the world? Where does one start? There is global warming. There are unsustainable industries. There is generational religious warfare. And there are the Great Pyramids of Giza. Okay, the Great Pyramids aren't a world problem. But what does the 450-foot tall structure have in common with any single-story house? Both were built one brick at a time. Now, a single brick doesn't look like the Great Pyramid, just as feeding one hungry person in need might not look like ending world hunger. But keep placing those bricks one after the other, and soon enough, you'll have a great pyramid. Lastly, nurturing optimism, especially amongst our youth, is essential to healing the world because it ails of optimism deficiency. Like an iron deficiency, there are a few common symptoms. These include increased gang affiliation and malignant drug abuse, but the most severe cases result in suicide. A 2018 article published by the Mayo Clinic reads, if you don't have hope for the future, optimism, you may mistakenly think suicide is a solution. But who is most at risk? Well, according to the World Health Organization, in 2019, suicide was the 4th leading cause of death amongst 15 to 29-year-olds globally. So before taking it for granted, know that your optimism, your hope for the future is a valuable resource with the power to determine life or death. Therefore, let us suture our wounded world with optimism, sharing it with thousands or sharing it with just one. Let us be optimistic that we can heal this world because we must heal this world. May each of us believe that recycling our plastic bottle, making our donation of one hot meal is healing the world, because that polluted gully, that single growling tummy is the world. But most importantly, let us chip away at the mortality rates that stem, whether indirectly or directly, from the optimism deficiency that plagues our youth. For the youth, we are the future. Optimism, you say? Ah. Thank you.
Okay. Speaker E, you can go back to the breakout room. If you just go to your controls and go to breakout and then just hit join, you should be okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hi. There's a lot of work that goes into this contest, and many individuals at the Optimist International headquarters are busy today and have been, and we have many of us volunteers in our committee. But the three people each round who have the hardest job are our judges. And I would like right now to introduce the judges for this round to you. If they could each just wave their hand. Judge 1, Tom Oppenheimer. Thank you, Tom. Judge 2 is Kelly Sargent. You could wave. Thank you. And Judge 3, Robin Smith. Thank you very much to our judges. And now we're going to whisk them away to make their final decisions. So thanks for viewing, and we'll see you for the next round at 4:30.
Good afternoon. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Dave Bruns, and I'm coming to you live from Kansas City, actually from Olathe, Kansas. And it's my honor this year to be the chair of the Optimist Oratorical Committee. And I'm just so excited about all the great speakers that we've heard this morning and so far this afternoon. As you probably know, so far we've heard speakers from Canada, the United States, and from the beautiful island nation of Barbados. But you know, it takes a lot of work to reimagine a contest like this. Usually we're all gathered together at St. Louis University, just down the street from the Optimist International headquarters. And of course, today we're gathering from around the world on Zoom, on Facebook, and YouTube. And it takes a remarkable team to put a production like this together. And I just want to give a shout out to those people that are making this event possible today. First, from Lawrence, Kansas, Dr. Diana Carlin, who is our tournament director. And then we've got a lot of folks back in St. Louis today working in what I call mission control. Some of you may know it as the Optimist International Board of Directors room, but today it's mission control for the World Championship Optimist Oratorical Contest. And back there at mission control is our Director of Programs, Amy Keller, her assistant, Josh Castleberry, our broadcast director, who's putting all this together, which is often difficult. We really appreciate her work, and that's Jennifer Bagwell. Behind the scenes, in charge of live streaming, who I call our producer for this live broadcast, is Tom Carver. Of course, there's many others that are working behind the scenes: Benny Ellery, Craig Boring, Jacques Poulin, Rachel Webb, and many more. And I'd just like to give a shout out to each and every one of those people that are making this contest virtually so successful. Now, it's also great that we were able to have International President Adrian Elcock join us live this morning from Barbados. I'm one of the thousands of people that have been benefited over the years from being a contestant in the Optimist Oratorical Contest. And I just briefly wanted to give you a little bit of my story, and that is 47 years ago, back in 1973, my father and a gentleman by the name of Elmer Jackson, who was my father's an attorney and a friend of his in his Optimist Club, convinced a mischievous 13-year-old to enter an Optimist Club oratorical contest. And I have to tell you, at 13 years old, it wasn't exactly what I wanted to do. I was more interested in sports, just trying to figure out girls, and it wasn't something that I really wanted to do. But I'm so grateful that they saw something in me that year, and they had me enter the contest because it really changed my life. Mr. Jackson, who was the oratorical contest chair of the club, as I said, was an attorney. And after hearing his eloquence and just watching him, I decided to become a lawyer and to study law. And little did I know that here 47 years later, I'd still be involved in Optimist. I would have had the honor to serve as Optimist International President. And in my career, I'd have the opportunity to serve as a judge on the Kansas Court of Appeals. And so I'm so grateful to Optimist International, the Optimist International Foundation, and all those who make this contest possible. I'd like to give you just a little bit of history of the Optimist Oratorical Contest, which is the oldest signature program of Optimist International. Now, as you can see on the screen, it takes a partnership. They say it takes a village to raise a child. Well, it takes a partnership to run an oratorical contest. And the Optimist International Oratorical Contest is a partnership between Optimist International, the Optimist International Foundation, and the Canadian Children's Optimist Foundation. We also have been closely aligned with Junior Optimist International throughout the history of this contest. And as I indicated, this is the oldest signature program in Optimist International, with the first contest being held in 1928 at the Optimist International Convention in Asheville, North Carolina. Now you'll see there on the screen our first winner, who was a 12-year-old by the name of Carl Perpero, and he was from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. He was a member of a junior Optimist club there. And at the time, the winner received a trophy called the Loving Cup. And he was a son of Italian immigrants. His father was in prison, and he credited throughout his life, he passed away a few years ago, the Optimist Oratorical Contest for helping turn his life around. He grew up to be a successful businessman and owned a chain of restaurants in Southern California. As you can also see on the screen, there's been many famous and infamous people like myself in the Optimist Oratorical Contest over there. One of the neat stories is many of you probably have watched Doogie Howser or How I Met Your Mother. Well, Neil Patrick Harris was discovered at an Optimist Oratorical Contest in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And our current Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence, was a participant in the Optimist Oratorical Contest. And there's just been so many people over the years, whether they win a scholarship or not, like me, that have benefited from this contest. Now today, of course, the winners of the district contest, as well as others around the world, move on to the regional championships, which you're watching today, and ultimately compete for the World Championship, which you'll see tomorrow. This contest started in 2016, and it's changed a lot over the years. Originally, the Optimist Oratorical Contest was limited to junior optimists, and it included only boys under the age of 16. In the 1970s, a girls division was added, and the foundations began awarding scholarships. In the 1990s, the age limit was increased to all students in high school or its equivalent around the world. But for many years, we ended the contest at the district level. And in 2016, for the first time, we held the regionals and world championships at St. Louis University. And you'll see there a picture of Cameron Taylor, who was the first world champion. And of course, the reward that's received by everyone now in the contest is a little different than that trophy that was received by the young lad who won in 1928. While he received a trophy, now the world champion receives a $22,500 scholarship. So the Optimist Oratorical Contest has come a long way. It's been reimagined this year, and I just want to thank all the participants, the parents, the coaches, the judges, the timekeepers, all the Optimist members, and everyone that's been involved that has reimagined their optimism this year and have made this contest so successful. Thank you all, and good luck to all of our participants.